Acknowledge that our meeting takes place on traditional territory of Stahelis. We have quorum this morning, and other councillors are en route. We'll start with introduction. Any late items introduced this morning? I don't see any. We'll go to approval of the agenda.
So moved, Your Worship.
By Councillor Fatcho, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Any discussion? We'll call the vote. All in favor? That carries. Our first item for discussion is, I believe it's this over to you, Mr. Con? Oh, wait, we have a recommendation to suspend. Corporate officer, would you just read that out? Sure. Just make sure we all understand it.
Just for some background, typically the proper procedure is for a motion to be made prior to discussion, but the purpose of these two-day committee of the whole meetings are really to have that discussion and whether there's a motion or not. So there's a recommendation there that section 22A of council procedure bylaw number 1216/2025 be suspended pursuant to section 34 to allow for discussion prior to a motion.
Is there a motion to that effect? Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Fatcho. Any discussion? I think it's a good idea myself. I will allow the conversation to be free flowing, but I will step in as chair to balance the room and make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak and hear from everyone. All in favor of the motion? That carries. Okay. Which takes us to Mr. Cossey, I believe. Amenity cost charges bylaw, and we have a presentation.
Just an update, Your Worship. So Councillor Vital thought it was 9 a.m. this morning as well, so she's on her way, and Councillor Swinbank is just should be walking up here anytime soon. He thought it was 9 o'clock.
All right. We have everyone assembled here, and I don't want to disrespect anyone who came on time, so they will have to catch up and fill themselves in due course. Over to you, Mr. Cossey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Today we're going to talk about amenity cost charges, and it's a relatively new finance tool that's been available for to municipal governments. And you'll notice I've also given you some post-it notes because there will be an exam at the end. 500-page paper, signing your mark. So anyhow, so we're going to talk a little bit about what an amenity cost charge is. How do we have to set it up? There's a process that we have to follow, and there's different techniques that we can set it up. How we're going to charge it? Are we going to do it on a square meter basis? Or are we going to do it on a per unit basis? But the big thing is what do you want to do with this? And I've also got some examples here of the Colwood Clinic model that has been set up. And when I'm thinking about this, I believe that the capital component of it may be worthy of some further examination to see if the amenity cost charges will fit into the capital side for the primary care facility that you may wish to get going. That's for discussion later.
Hey, everybody.
Morning, Councillor Swinbank. Have a seat and join us where Mr. Cossey just started his presentation.
Hi, Ken.
Hello.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry about that. You know, those 275 pages of reading, I forgot to read the first one with the time.
So as I mentioned earlier, amenity cost charges are a new development financing tool that the province just recently brought in. They're basically replacing this, or replacing the community amenity cost charges concept with the ACC. So to do that, we have to set it into a bylaw and everything else. And there's some ideas that you can start to collect fees for any of your community amenities, community center, recreation facility, library. The thing is, it can't be any operating costs. It's only good for your capital costs only. And they're not for, if you get one developer coming in, they're not expected to pay 100% of the amenity cost charge for whatever that amenity may be. They pay a portion of it. So, but it's a revenue stream that comes available to a local government. And up there, you'll notice that there's two sides to this development cost process, the development tool. You have your DCCs on one side, and then you have your ACCs on the other side. And the only time you can collect your ACCs, like your development cost charges, is at your subdivision stage or at your building permit stage. So as we all know, development cost charges are basically for your hard costs, for your sewer, water, your roads, your fire protection, police protection, any of the hard costs associated with development. And there is some similarities between the amenity cost charges and your development cost charges. They're set up in a similar manner. The only real difference is, as we'll find a little bit later on, is the inspector of municipalities does not have to sign off on your bylaw like they do on your development cost charges process. So as we mentioned earlier, there is a distinction between the services of the ACC and the DCC. One way to look at it that helps me understand it is on the DCCs, that's your hard costs, anything to do with your hard infrastructure, when you're doing your sewer, water, that sort of thing. And the amenity cost charges would be any of your soft costs, even though that there's still some brick and mortar that may be associated with it, but it's just your daycare, your soft services. How you're going to increase your swimming pool, or if you want to have a library, or if you want to have whatever, murals, you want to have more street furniture, all of those sorts of things. So as you can see, the DCCs form a specific function, and the ACCs also form a specific function. They're kind of related, but they're separate. One of the things too now with the DCCs is you can add it in there for your protection services. That includes your fire and police. So any of the capital costs associated with your fire department, we can set it up as a DCC now, whereas you couldn't do that before.
Thank you.
So what can be levied? So when you're looking at any of these things that provide social, cultural, heritage, recreational amenities to the village, and this can be such as, but not limited to, things like public squares, daycare facilities, your recreation or athletic facilities. You want to do a field, and that soccer field, bring Chelsea over here every now and then, that'd be great. Do community youth or senior centers, all of those sorts of things. And you can see on the right-hand side, the development cost charges is the hard services again, sewer, water, drainage, roads, your sidewalks, highway facilities, all of those sorts of things, parks acquisition. And you'll notice at the bottom down there, the inspector of municipalities approval, it's not needed for your amenity cost charges, like I was mentioning earlier, whereas for your development cost charge bylaw, it is required for the bylaw to be passed. And there's also a consultation requirement under the ACC to have at least one public meeting to discuss it, whereas under your DCCs, you don't need that public consultation process.
Just let Councilor
Yes.
Vital get settled again. We're about 4 slides in, Councilor.
Yes, my apologies, Mayor Talon.
So good.
And the slide or the exam will be on the first 4 slides.
The introduction and the windup on DCCs and ACCs and what they're for, just setting some background information for us, councilors. So very easy to catch up.
Okay.
Please proceed, Mr. Cossey.
Thank you. So when you're doing an ACC, when you're setting up your ACC bylaw, it's a 2-step process. First off, there's your bylaw development, and then there's your bylaw approval. These are very generic terms at this point in time because there's a lot that goes into your bylaw development, but it's basically a 2-step process. Once you get all of your information together, get all your research together, figured out your costs and everything else, then you can start moving into your bylaw development. And then after you get your bylaw development, there's the process for bylaw approval. And this is where I was mentioning earlier, part of that approval process is you have to have the public consultation meeting associated with it. So the first phase involves a thorough technical analysis to determine your potential ACC rates. This is what I was talking about earlier. This analysis should be documented in a background report, which must be made available to the public on request, which is fine. That's how it operates. It's not a thing, or it's not an issue. It's just basically whatever we've decided, staff will go off and start doing investigations on it and start putting costs on those bricks and mortars. That this is why we have the post-it notes a little bit later on, because we'll ask you a very hard question and you'll have to answer it for us. So, but the big thing is we have to get started somewhere, and this is how we get started, so that we can move in, start getting all the costs and the information together for council as so that we can move forward with it.
Go ahead.
More questions later?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, thanks. Couple things come to mind. So have we not already redone our development bylaw plan? Didn't we do it back last fall, a year ago?
Development cost charges, yes,
We
but
did.
there's also some new master plans that you brought in. So
Okay.
we're holding off on adopting it till we review the new master plans, because it may impact your development cost charges bylaw. Plus, there's also the new component of the fire and police protection. So basically gonna be rewriting that bylaw.
Yeah, what else has changed with ACCs? I thought the province led a initiative to change the ACCs or DCCs. Has anything changed?
They
at the
changed the
provincial level?
DCCs, yes, and they did, and it was the input from municipalities that they wanted fire and police protection as part of the DCCs. And that's what the province gave the municipalities
Oh, so that's
through
good.
the legislation, yes.
That's good, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And ACCs are voluntary, DCCs
No.
also.
Once ACCs are in place, they will become mandatory.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the difference between that and community amenity costs or contributions, is those were voluntary,
Okay.
whereas ACCs are dictated by your bylaw. So it happens and it goes all the way through the process. Development goes all the way through the process, and you collect your DCC or your ACCs at the subdivisions stage or at the building permit stage.
Okay, and sorry, Mayor Talon, through you to Ken. And are ACCs based on either the real or perceived value of the
We'll
project?
get into that.
Okay,
Hold on to that,
thank you.
please. That's one of the exam questions.
Okay.
So this is what we look at when you're doing your bylaw approval. You look at the chart, put it all together. You look at your charge rates, the determination of when the ACC is payable and by whom. Provisions for waivers, reductions, including scenarios for any of your redevelopment that you may want to look at. Plans for phasing in the charges and any mechanisms for the administration and the collections of the ACCs. That's all into the bylaw and goes through the bylaw approval process. So as I mentioned earlier, we also have to have a consultation process, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. It's just to make sure that the process is transparent and accountable, so people know what is happening, and they can also get their input in that maybe we should look at this type of amenity or that type of amenity. It's whatever. It's just basically we're getting all the information out there. This is a start. What do you want to add? And then we gotta remember that this is not a static document by any stretch of the imagination. It changes as we go along. It'll be good for today, but tomorrow or next month, things change. So the expectations that you're to have it, but the minute or the municipal affairs inspector doesn't review it, but they expect you to have done your public consultation process. So we have to have the minutes of the meeting and all that, just to prove that we've done that meeting. But if you want to take away your ACC bylaw, you don't have to go and do any public consultation. You can just delete it. Is that the right word?
Sure.
So this is basically a flow chart when you were looking at all of your putting it back to, or putting it together. This is all the stuff that we do in the background study that staff will do for you and get all the information together. We'll look at all of this information, but again, what do we want to do with it? That's the big issue. So, and then on the right-hand side, you can see the approval process. It's basically a yes or no. Have you done this? Yes, then we move on to the next stage. And where we're getting this information from is the ACC Best Practices Guide that the province has put out. And they've also got a DCC Best Practices Guide as well. So this is what we follow when we're doing either bylaw. And that's just things to look at, as we mentioned earlier, a little bit bigger for us hard of seeing people. Won't mention any names, but his initials are Ken. So as we mentioned, when you're dealing with it, your financing tools, you cannot use it for any of your operating costs for a program. It has to be a capital cost. However, under certain circumstances, if you're borrowing to get that bricks and mortar building up, you can write off the principal and the interest as part of your DCC process. Depending on what the circumstances are, it's not a clean cut process. There's, as with most provincial legislation, there's a lot of variables.
And sorry, these are the private developers on private for-profit developments can write all this off.
No,
Okay, you're talking about
you
municipal.
guys.
Oh,
yes.
us, okay. Right.
And we can factor that in there as to what it's like. If it's gonna cost us $10,000 to put up a new fire hall, and then we pay interest of $1,000 a month till we get it built or paid out, then we can calculate what all of that. So if it's paid over 12 months, that's $22,000. So we can write that into your DC or your ACC bylaw for whatever. Well, that's the wrong use of it. The daycare center, let's say daycare center. So you can write that off or factor it into your costs. Okay. But the big thing is you have to have a clear relationship between the amenity itself and the development itself. It can't be because, well, maybe we want to do that this week or next week, and this is why you do it at the very front end. You say these are the projects that we want to do, and then you update them every year, every 2 years, whatever it is that you want to do to make sure that you're still current, because you have to prove that there's that relationship. We want it. This is what's going to happen. By we, I mean the village.
And this is transparent to the developers. So this is basically a wish list that municipalities have, and the developers can say, hey, we'll help you make wish number 3 come true.
Yeah.
If you allow us to do this. Yeah, it's sort of a sanctioned bribe. I guess we shouldn't use that word. However, it's incentive for everybody to play together.
Play nicely. So the amenities must be owned by a local government or owned or operated by a person or public authority. I just can't say I'm gonna do this without some sort of agreement with the village. I'm gonna set up a daycare center. Yeah, that's nice. And then I want my money, but no, that's not how it works. You have to sign an agreement with Ken Cossey so that the daycare center can go up. All of those sorts of things.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ken. Ken, does this include the purchase of land or say a unit in a building or anything like that?
We'll get into that.
Okay.
These are good
There it is,
questions.
right there.
Community centers, youth, senior centers.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah. So that answers.
Yeah.
But again, there's you can look in there's just some ideas that you may want to start thinking about. Community centers, youth centers, senior centers, recreational athletic facilities, libraries, daycare centers, public squares. And we can talk about it a little bit later on as the Colwood Clinic model. Not that I'm trying to direct anybody anyway.
There's a little bit of a delay there.
So, yeah, this is talking further about when the debt payments themselves are not considered the capital costs. But if you mentioned, like, as I said, if you're gonna put up the new daycare center, it's $10,000, and then there's $1,000 a month for interest, that's gonna be 12 months, you can add that into as part of the factor as well.
Ken, if I could, thank you, Brito. Can they just supply money? Let's say we're saving up for a new parking lot somewhere, and it's a 10-year campaign.
That's all
Can
they
they just put in
They
some
supply
money
money.
towards that?
That's what they do. They supply money. It's based upon how we get
Good.
there.
It can just be money.
But you gotta set up a reserve.
Right.
There's all of those things, like what we used to have under the community amenity cost or contributions, is we had a reserve fund for that money. I don't know how much is in there anymore.
Not sure.
Yeah, it was so long ago. But I'm sure we can transfer this over into this program. Oh, and you can see there at the this last sentence of the top paragraph, ACC funds may also be used to pay the principal and interest on debt incurred by a local government for costs associated with providing, constructing, altering, or expanding the amenities. This is what I was talking about earlier.
That might be useful. Maybe.
So basically, when we're doing all of this stuff, there's, for lack of a better term, a technical manual that's created in the background report that has a list of all these things, how we're going to establish the framework, what we want to be looking at, some rough ideas for cost to achieve all of those things. And then once we get that in place, we start setting up your actual costs. But before we do that, we got to think about how far over do we want the ACCs to cover? Do we want them to cover a specific area, or do we want it to be all the entire village? Because if it's just a specific area, then whatever development happens in that area is the only ones that pay. All the other ones are exempt. So that's something we have to look at when we're going through this process. Do you want to have it across the entire village, or do you just want to have a Hot Springs Road concept? Area specific. And then when we're doing it, we have to start creating some of the policies associated with whatever direction we're going to go in with these things down the road. Now, there's also the other thing we have to start looking at. What are the types of development and what are the land use categories? Because you can set it up where you have residential and they pay per unit, or they have non-residential where they pay per square meter, they pay per number of employee that they're going to be generating, they're going to be paying for, there's a whole host of things under the non-residential side. Some municipalities do it. We'll look at a couple examples as we get in further to understand that for it a little bit better. And we want to look at how detailed we are with our chart, our rates. Are we going to split it out residential, non-residential approach? We're going to just have it per unit for whatever. All of these things we got to look at. See, as I mentioned earlier, you can do it by per lot, per unit, by bedrooms if you wanted to. Square meter of the floor area, building form plus floor area, number of employees that are going to come in because of the new whatever the new development is. You're going to create all of these things. So there's all of these things that we have to start looking at. Again, some more, your employee base setup, all these things you can look at, your floor area ratio assumptions. When you're getting into this side though, we have to, somebody can come in and say they're only going to employ 100 people, but it turns out to be, it could be 400, 500. So we have to be really, really careful if we're going to go that way. And we have to have some good policies in place to say that when we're doing our projections, we look at X, Y, and Z, and you've come up with 10 employees, but we've come up with 95.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Can we, or could we look at including all of those, depending on what the development is?
Yep, you can set that up. We'll show an example of what they've got. Some of the municipal examples we got have a little bit of both.
Okay, thank you.
But we have to make sure that when we're dealing with this, we have a really tight unit, because as I said, I can say I'm only gonna employ 10, because I wanna keep my costs down.
Yeah.
So the big point is, now that we've got the ACC bylaw in place, where do we collect everything at? Well, we do that at the subdivision stage, or we do it at the building permit issue. Like what we do with development cost charges. There's nothing there. Any questions on the third bullet? So what that means is if I've got 10 people that are living there right now, and I do a redevelopment, I still end up with 10 people, but it's newer buildings, do we charge them the ACCs? But if they come back and they've got 20 new people, do you charge them the ACCs? That's what that basically means. So here's some examples of what we got. We tried to get it as small as possible, just for a proper comparison, but wasn't possible. Because it seems to be the bigger municipalities at this point in time have got the ACCs in place. But you can see here in Victoria that they talk about street, parks, and plazas, basic, enhanced, enhanced plus. These are their policies that they would have and how they've got things going. This is their description that they have. You'll notice up in the top right that it's applied across the entire city of Victoria. So, and this is the definitions of this is what we mean by having your policies in place. If you want to set it up that way, what do we mean by a basic street park? What do we mean by an enhanced park? What do we mean by an enhanced plus park? All of those sorts of things. As we mentioned earlier, they're collected at the subdivision approval stage or at the building permit stage, but you can see there how Victoria is looking at it. You notice on the industrial, they do it on a 90 cents per square meter of floor area. Commercial is per square meter of floor area. We do that already with our development cost charges. It's broken up by per meter for your commercial operations. But what we have to make sure is that if we're going to go with the industrial, we got to make sure that it's, well, again, is it going to be the number of people we have or the number of floor space area that we have? And in this, I would recommend we do it with the floor space area, because when they submit their building permit or whatever their development application is, they have to tell us it's going to be 100 square feet, going to be 6,000 square meters, whatever. You got something that we can say, well, wait a minute, you said this, so this is why we're charging you this. But you can notice Victoria's got a combination, but the ones, what they do with the residential, they do it on a per dwelling unit, which is like what we do already in our development cost charges.
Ken, a question. It's either or, right? So it's just or. So it's either at subdivision approval or the building permit. What would be, right, that's what it says there.
Yeah.
Not both.
No,
It's one or the other.
Yeah.
You pay once as a developer. What would be what's the advantage of doing it at the subdivision approval where you don't have building permits or perhaps a fixed plan on exactly the details and specifics?
You would have to change your subdivision application process so you get more detailed information so that your approving officer can do that work to a greater level of technical review. They do a technical review at the subdivision stage. They look at the site plan, they look at the floor plans, they do all of that at this particular point in time, but we would need more information perhaps to make sure that they've got all of that information is in as part of the subdivision application.
So that if we were looking at a subdivision approval stage where this would be collected, we would have to change how it is we looked at what's needed to
We
make
would
a
have to
decision
work
on
with your
subdivision.
approving officer to change that. The council's not involved in that. technically, because the Local Government Act and the Land Title Act treat the approving officer as a technical individual, and we can't interfere in their work.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Dennis.
just
Yeah,
a
go-
point of clarification. It's kind of confusing when you talk about
Yeah.
subdivision versus building permit. So subdivision is when you're subdividing, say, a parcel into line, that's when you do it at that time. The building permit stage, it's not very typical that happens at the single family process. It's more of a multifamily, like apartment or perhaps a townhouse development if it's pre-zoned.
Again, are these real numbers?
Yeah, that's out of their bylaw. And we can't just borrow their bylaw. Because those
Oh, yeah,
numbers
yeah,
don't
right.
work for us, and they've got different things already. Because this pays for their amenities that are back, that they've decided back.
Yeah.
Well, let's go back.
I thought the numbers would be
They're
higher.
right there.
To be honest, I thought the numbers would be much higher.
Yeah, but that's because they're only looking at whatever. So whatever their costs are, and that's what drives it, is they've gone out and done a capital cost review of whatever it is they're trying to do.
But the city of Victoria has also pre-zoned the whole community to meet the targets of the housing targets.
Yeah.
So they have it's a master plan of the whole community where they're allowing up to 6 stories and 4 stories.
Yeah.
And it's super aggressive.
At middle housing.
Yeah, I see it. They're going crazy, building a lot.
Here's what Pitt Meadows does. And you can see that they've got recreation and cultural facilities, they've got public art, heritage conservation, environmental conservation. And this is how they do it all by a dwelling unit.
Yeah, my comment there is, as a dad of young boys, this is passed on to them. How would we like it if we're sitting in our home and suddenly we get a $8,100 invoice for some new library that we want to build? I think people would be up in arms, but this is basically a charge to people who want to move into the community before they even move in. Because this is not borne by the developers, this is borne by our kids.
No, it's not moving to town. This is construction.
This is a developer.
Yes,
Developer pays
but
it. It does get passed on.
our kids are, and this is where I think there's a generational glass ceiling. And this is why young people are frustrated. And this is why I think there's a housing crisis, because this makes things unaffordable. And I hear that things are crazy, like much more expensive in Vancouver. But could you imagine if all of us got a bill for $8,100 for some imagined new library or project or amenity that we want to do?
So it's not for
So-
moving, it's for constructing new.
No, I know, but this is passed on to the buyer.
It becomes.
All
part of
this
the
is
cost
passed
of
on to the
development.
buyer. All these taxes, charges, levies, development charges goes to my kids.
However,
So this,
On the flip side-
we gotta be careful.
yeah, on the flip side, they're taking advantage of your community by putting that development into your community. So the new folks are paying for it, whatever the amenities are that are gonna come with them moving into this area. So I'm just saying, because
Yeah.
it's a double-edged sword. As
I-
more amenities are required, there's a cost associated with those amenities when you're dealing with development. And then what we're gonna try to find is a compromise.
Right, a compromise is important.
Yeah,
You mentioned the phrase taking advantage of our community, but I think, sometimes we look negatively on developers. The reality is, if there wasn't development builders, we wouldn't be living here in our homes. And they beautify, if done right, if directed by council properly and planners properly, they beautify our urban landscape at our direction and guidance and proper planning and zoning. So there's a net benefit if done properly for development.
that's true. And there's also a net benefit associated with this because this becomes a revenue source for when you're gonna do your beautification
Right.
process, whatever it's gonna be. This becomes a part of revenue that can be utilized.
Right, my only thing
Still-
is, it's that cost is borne by the next generation trying to get into the housing market,
It's not,
even though these things benefit the whole community.
I think when you talk about generational change, you're missing, I think that's not an accurate way to frame it.
Yeah.
This is a way of growth, managing growth and having the growth, the additional housing, the additional development pay for or contribute towards the cost of the larger communities, these type of services. So if you move into an existing building, you buy a house that's been here for 10 years, you're not paying this.
Right.
But if you build, it's the new construction. So it's not on the next generation or any of that. It is new construction. It's a growth question about new construction, new development, expansion, contributing to the cost of everything. And I think Mr. Cossey's point was, without this, then the whole community pays for the increases as the population. So if the population goes up by 15-20%, then the whole community pays whatever it is to make the community nice and have all these features, the parks and everything else,
Yeah,
and the libraries.
No, I understand. There's a compromise. So for instance, if we have these amenity cost charges going towards a new light, as an example, at a crosswalk, the whole community is benefiting from that light. This was an example on the weekend from Vancouver. The whole community benefits from it, not just those 16 people in a new building. Everybody benefits, but the cost is borne by typically the younger people moving into a condo. That's all I'm saying. It's just, it adds cost to the system.
They opt to go into a new.
If it's a new
Sure.
build, if it's new, then it's new stuff, which this is like, it's not about everyone who moves to town has to pay these. It's when you do a new building. It's the growth. Councillor Fatchett.
It's a one-time cost, like just been explained, and without getting these type of I call it bonuses, what we used to call it, from developers, what you see in the community now wouldn't be here. I mean, whether it's our parks, our beaches, roads, whatever's allowed for to improve the quality of life for the residents, that's what it goes towards. I mean, our taxes alone would never pay to try and put in a new park or a new road. No way. Our taxes are probably don't cover a good part of the cost in the community. So this is a one-time shot, when as the mayor just said, for new development, but we need that extra money to improve the community. That's the way I've always looked at it from the day, like when it was called bonus in them days. You call it per door or whatever if you did multi-family. Now we're changing another fancy name, ACCs. But no, I agree with it personally. I mean, it's a developer comes in, they bought the land probably for a good price. And then they don't come here in any community to lose money. They come in to make money. That's the way I look at it anyway. Thank you.
And this is the city of Mission?
Wow.
Wow.
This is why I was trying to look for smaller municipalities,
Yeah,
but they unfortunately didn't.
there's a difficult balance to be found to encourage growth in a responsible way and not choke it off.
Yeah, that's my point.
There's a balance here. And the lens I kind of look at this is if you have some metric for every 100 residents that live in Harrison Hot Springs, we need so many meters or so many, this much park space, so green space or park space or library space. And if you have another 100, this is about how that new 100 people contribute to maintaining, so you're not overrun and you go, wow, our population went up, and now everything was good when our population was 1,500, but now it's 2,500.
Yeah.
And now, our parks are overrun and this is overrun. The library is too small, all those other things. This is about when you have that growth, that growth contributes to keeping things level, that you don't. That's how I kind of look at it, that this is the opportunity to do that, where that balance is. Wow. I don't know. Those numbers are large. Councillor Vital.
Thank you. Just for a little bit of clarification. So if a developer came in and wanted to put in a townhouse complex, we would charge per unit, conceivably per unit. And if that developer came back and said, yes, no problem, I will contribute to, say, park space, but I want to put that park space within the townhouse complex for the use of the residents in the townhouse complex. I see that as a little bit of a dilemma. So what are your thoughts on that?
And rightly so. That is a
Okay.
dilemma. Usually when you're doing the parks, it's open to the public.
Yeah,
That's the big thing, it's open to the public, and it's not often that you get a private or development or a development that will have the village of Harrison Hot Springs Park in the middle. It's only used by the strata corp or the strata residents,
Exactly.
whatever. You
And can
don't do
we-
that.
could we build something into the bylaw? Or would that just be assumed?
That's a given already.
Okay.
But yeah, we can build it in if you want, that's not a problem. So, remember when I told you we're gonna have an exam? And we gave you your little post-it notes? What I would like everybody to do, just on one note at a time, upwards of 5 ideas that you want as for your amenities for Harrison Hot Springs. But before we do that, as I was mentioning, there's a new thing that's been happening in Colwood, referred to as the Colwood Clinic. And what they've done there is they have brought in their healthcare professionals as employees of the city.
Yeah,
But they've also got their facilities, and I was thinking that with all the facilities, there's a capital cost associated with constructing that facility and purchasing that equipment. Maybe we can set that up as part of your ACCs. I don't know. I would like to look into it.
I've already got on my list for further discussion on that one.
I was literally at this clinic about a month ago.
But the thing is the province is still paying for the health care, but because the city, on behalf of the employee, the healthcare professionals, bills the province. So it's not any downloading of anything or anything else. This is on their website if you're interested in that, John.
I still have a couple of questions about ACCs and some of the mechanics.
Sure.
It's great.
Did everybody get a copy? Sorry.
The subdivision approval stage is a different timing in the development process.
It's usually the front end.
And the timing difference between subdivision approval and a development permit, that could be a year or two difference. Just find it really difficult to understand how the
We can put it
subdivision.
in as just, we'll collect it at the building permit stage only.
No, it's not, I'm just just trying to understand what would be the advantage. Where's a scenario where at the subdivision approval stage, it would be in the municipal government's interest to collect an ACC at that stage, as opposed to the development permit when you have the specifics of what's being done?
Because you're looking at it from an inflationary factor, the further you could push us back, the better it would be for you, because then you get the real cash, so to speak, and it hasn't been eaten up by inflation. Sound like a finance.
Yeah, there's that, but you're also charging this on what may be an unknown, like a less precise measurement. You have the subdivision, and you have a big parcel of land, and it's subdivided into 4 things. And the developer says, yeah, that's my plan, I'm gonna build some houses on it. You don't know if they're big houses, small houses, going to the limit of the bylaw or any, so I'm going, you're making decisions on the ACC rate and the contribution with less than perfect information.
Yes, you see, you're mixing in the 2 units, the per unit or the square footage.
No, this is I'm done wrestling one back. Why would we ever, with imperfect information, charge an ACC at the at the subdivision approval stage versus the development permit. Development permit, we're gonna have the specifics of how big the building is, what it looks like, all that detail, the square footage. If it's going to be a commercial entity, it's gonna have a much better understanding of what if we're using employees, you have much more knowledge about the development. At the subdivision approval stage, you don't. You just are dividing the land into smaller chunks or consolidating, whatever you're doing. You don't have that detail. So when, I'm trying to understand, when the province set this up, when would it be in the local government's interest to charge an ACC at the subdivision approval stage?
As I was mentioning earlier, we would have to go back and work with your approving officer, if that's what the council wants to do, make sure that all of that information is in the requirements for your subdivision application.
Which isn't right now. We don't have, our system
It's
isn't
not
set
as
up.
detailed like that, no, it's very generic, at this particular.
So, but it still doesn't answer the fun. When would it be in anyone's interest to make a decision without the
I would
detail?
recommend for my,
Yeah,
if it was
Yeah.
me, I would do it at the very end.
yeah, okay, CIO.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think you bring up a good point there. I think, so if, just for your example, you're creating a 4-lot subdivision. They're all gonna be single family dwellings, right? So if that's your subdivision, you would charge your ACC.
Yeah.
Now, if Ken, and this is perhaps something that you could answer. So it's a 4-lot subdivision, single family. You charge your ACCs at the front end. Now, the developer comes in and says, okay, well, I'm gonna rezone this single family dwelling lot to a multifamily. Now, you've already charged the ACC when
Yeah.
the subdivision was created.
Yep.
And I think that's where you're getting
Yeah.
at, is that if it gets rezoned,
Yeah.
and at the development
it's
permit
in-
stage or building permit, can you double charge?
If it's a new development, and if originally we're gonna say it was 4 lots, and there was gonna be 4 families living on there, now it's gonna be 3 lots with 3 families and 1 multifamily, that's considered a redevelopment, and that would kick in,
So you'd be charging it twice then?
yeah, at
Once
that time, because
at
it's a
single family
redevelopment
lot.
now,
Okay.
because you've increased the density of it.
Okay,
But
does
we
that
would-
answer your question?
We would give them credit for the money they paid.
They will little credit,
Yes.
1 credit.
It just, at the subdivision
So
approval
then,
stage, you don't have complete information.
the problem is that what you have to assume is when you're doing the subdivision, you have to assume the house, like if it's a single family dwelling, is going to be built to the limits that are allowed within the zoning bylaw.
So if it's a duplex, you don't know if they're gonna have a secondary suites, which are permitted, like our zoning bylaw, and you don't know, it's gonna be a
That's true.
house, and you wouldn't know, and this seems to, I'm just struggling why it would just trying to understand policy rationale for charging it early at a subdivision control.
So what you're saying is at the building permit stage, you would know whether there's
More.
gonna be a
Yeah.
main dwelling with a secondary suite. Yeah.
So,
I see what you're saying.
the second question, Ken, is, let's say, speculate and presume that we charge an ACC, we set it up that is charged at the development permit stage. Actually, it doesn't.
Building
matter.
permit.
Building permit stage. Great. Building permits are pulled. The developer walks away from the project. So if I read your slides correctly, it's collected at the time the permit is issued. So in order to get the permit, you've got to pay the ACC.
Yeah.
What happens if a developer gets the permits, they've got a couple of years to start work, and they don't, and they walk away from the project, and it doesn't happen? Do we have to refund the ACC?
That's a good question. Please write that down.
Yeah.
You wanna look at that?
No, okay.
I never thought of that scenario.
No, this happened, I think this happens more
This
often
has
than you
happened
realize.
with, actually in Colwood Corners, the developer came in and dug a big hole, 40, 50 feet deep, and then he declared bankruptcy. And the bond that was issued, courts said that that was part of the asset of the bankrupt corporation. This is why I was going on
Yeah.
about, you gotta have your irrevocable letter of credits in place, not a bond, because of that. But, yeah, please.
Yeah, I just wanna know if there's,
I don't know enough about it yet.
and once an ACC is collected, are there any requirements on the village, the municipal government, to spend that money? Are there expectations that if it's collected with, say, a development permit in 2026, does the village have to spend that money by a particular amount?
No, it just goes into the
There was some reserve?
reserve, and it just sits there till you're ready to go.
And interest earned on the reserve is the village's?
Yes.
And that interest, is that tied back to the ACC purposes?
It can be down the road. Because you've already got a pot that's got this much in it, and so that figures that you want another 5 million for it, then the new ACC would just look at that the new 5 million.
What was I supposed to do on these sticky notes? Because I was talking.
You're coming
What we would
Projects?
like the
What do you want the
ACCs to cover.
Prior, oh, good. Good things.
Everybody passed. Oh, except the Yeti.
You know, can I tell you, this is brand new,
Yes,
so what we see today may change tomorrow.
the legislation wise,
Well, the regulations. Legislation is one thing, regulations are something else, so it's all flexible. We've been through this so many times. You know, it's, I just don't really see it really working out in
okay,
because there's gonna be too much pushback. It's gonna have a lot of cost. And the provincial government does not wanna pay for infrastructure.
no,
What's gonna cost? Building? By doing these.
Oh, yeah.
I think that, I think you get a good point there, is that this really, like in a community like Harrison Hot Springs, it could really stifle development. Because it's gonna be, the numbers just aren't gonna work. You know, like in the Vancouvers and the Victorias and the Surreys, where the unit costs are so much higher, they can just bake it into the cost, and they're still gonna be coming out smelling like roses, whereas here it's gonna, the smaller communities, I think it's gonna put a lot of pressure. Because,
Yeah, that, I agree with that, because reading the editorial in the Global Mail, biggest issue is the cost, DCC cost, no matter whether you're in Ontario or you're in British Columbia. And provincial governments are just downloading more and more and more to the cost. So you can't, what you get, that buzzword, affordable, community affordable housing. I know it's an issue we can't deal with.
yeah, there's just so many factors, it's a moving point. And it's sad to just claim that the municipalities are the cause of it all.
Yeah.
But then, that's another topic for discussion.
If I may, I don't think it was Global Mail, it might have been another paper, but literally this weekend, Vancouver announced that they're gonna cut their development charters, I don't know if it was ACCs or DCCs, by up over 25%, because they realized nothing's getting built. The biggest costs to these developments, borne by new buyers, whatever they may be, are these development charges, millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, well,
It's just making things unaffordable.
the housing market is starting to soften across the construction of the new, I think last month, or is it October?
And that's-
25 condos were sold in
Right.
Toronto alone.
And that's my point, Ken, because the market price has come down and developers saying, I can't do this.
Yeah.
There's no profit anymore with all these DCCs and taxes and red tape. I'm out. And they're gonna wait for 2 or 3 years until everything changes.
Getting the construction crews in place, because there's a sad lacking of tradespeople to bring it all along.
Yeah.
And the trade war with the states.
Yeah, so many factors, and the cost of living, like the living wage itself, like for Victoria, it's 27 something for a family of 4, and the minimum wage is what, 17.85, 17.90?
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of a gap. And they're already predicting that the food's gonna go up by $1,000 next 2026 for a family of 4.
Councillor Thatcher.
So sorry,
So are we jumping onto DCC or we're staying with ACC?
ACs,
Oh, okay.
but we're,
No, but as, whether you know or you don't know, you can only pay for DCCs once.
yeah,
So if you buy a lot up the road here, Mark, it's empty, DCCs were paid, say, by Ben Wass 40 years ago, you don't have to pay
you don't have to
DCCs.
pay it again.
Oh, wow, even the new buyer.
Yeah,
developer.
no, yeah.
Only pay it
It's only
once,
been one.
DCCs.
So whenever there's a subdivision, if you have their parent parcel and you subdivide it into 4 lots, you only pay 3 DCCs. So you're given a
Wow.
credit from the original.
Who made that rule?
That's part of
That's,
the.
that's part of the requirements, because you can't charge them twice.
Well,
That's a provincial.
I just thought I'd throw that in, that was all.
Yeah.
That's
That's important, it's
a good
interesting.
thing. Forget about that part,
Yeah,
'cause I take it for granted.
but they still have to pay for their hookup.
Yeah, so the DCC model is paying for the pressure that development puts on your infrastructure.
Yeah.
For the future, so you can sit on this money and say, okay, well, you know, we had 100 lot subdivision here, we're gonna take all of those DCCs, we're gonna hold on to them, and then once that pressure is further downstream, and we see that all of those, you know, units are built out, then that means we can fund a portion, and it's only a portion, you can't do 100%. So that's where the challenge is with the DCCs, is that it's, I think it works out to be about 35 or 4%
Depending
or
on
something,
how
depending
many.
on, yeah,
Yeah.
so you have to justify it.
What was that number, 35% of what?
It's about 35-ish%
Of,
of the overall cost from
Yeah,
the county.
we're actually, DCCs right now are at 40.
Is it 40? Yeah,
40?
okay.
That's the one that we've worked on. The current one was assumed it at 5.
sorry, 35% of what?
Of the cost, so
What
say, for instance, if it was $1 million, the cost of a capital upgrade was $1 million. You could only use $350,000 of the DCCs
Towards it.
to go towards it, whereas you'd have to use a reserve
Okay,
to fund the rest of it.
okay, you're talking about our
It-
infrastructure,
it-
our
yes,
sewer.
yeah. Correct.
And if they're doing 100 units in that, 350,000, and it becomes whatever, 35,000 each unit sort of thing, because you break it down that way.
Just a quick, oh, carry on, Manuel. First.
Well, yeah, don't lose your train of thought.
Your last comment on 40% of DCCs go to infrastructure, the rest comes from reserves. Yeah, we also have the opportunity for grant funding
Correct.
applications to cover some or the remainder of it. That's correct, right?
100%. That's our goal, is to
Yeah.
fund any capital infrastructure that we upgrade that we do is with grant funding, because
Yeah,
our reserves are very valuable.
yes, I mean, we rely on them because, or our property taxes would just,
The DCCs are, they're very restrictive. I mean, they're good to have, don't get
Yeah.
me wrong,
yeah,
but they're very restrictive, because it would be great if they could cover 100% of an upgrade. But
Exactly.
it doesn't, because it has to be justified on the growth.
and we have lobbied the provincial government
Correct.
for an expansion of with
Fire
DCCs.
departments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which actually, Ken just mentioned that the new DCC bylaw can include fire protection.
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah, we lobby for that one.
All right, thank you.
Just a quick word before we get. Development cost charges is what we're going to be covering at some point later on in this strategic. All the deficiencies that have to be carried out in this community.
Yeah.
So that's what the DCCs help towards.
and there's,
That's why you have to charge the DCCs to pay for those deficiencies, which, my God, the amount of deficiencies that have to be, we'll never get through it, obviously, but that goes towards that. So there's a reason, we're not stealing from developers. We're just putting back into the community the expansion that they're building to allow for us to expand what they're building, whether it's the wastewater or the water, whatever the case may be,
Yeah.
to keep up with the demand. That's the word.
Well, the point of the DCCs is to minimize the burden on the taxpayer, the people that are left behind.
Yeah.
And it's no different than this ACCs is to put the, you know, if we have to fund a future community center or health center or whatever it is, the intent is, and this isn't gonna happen overnight, that's one thing that is kind of tough to look at these numbers and think that that's gonna create this big slush fund that we have to put towards a community center. But what it does is it gives us, you know, in the future, like I think Mayor Tallon was trying to say that, you know, we're at 2,000 people and we see that we're at 3,000 people now, we're gonna need a gathering space for, you know, a community center or something like that. The intent of those funds is to go towards that capital infrastructure of it. It would be a very small portion because it would, you know, if you look at those numbers, those, you know, if we're charging between $5,000 and $8,000 per unit, that's going to take in a full lot of units. So
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And what we're talking about over here, that's the policies. This would be your policies, where you're saying that when you got 100 people, you want X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
200 people, you get this, whatever. That becomes your policies.
It's like a trigger.
Yeah. And if I may, I'd just like to read into what everybody was talking about. We got purchase land for playing fields, library, public spaces, daycare, contribute to safety infrastructure such as lighting and crosswalks, contribute to the tree canopy, contribute to trail building, new or expanded fire hall and or apparatus and equipment, land acquisitions for park in the north end, off-leash dog park, civic center on overflow parking lot, healthcare, rental building, village offices and chambers, Hot Springs Square improvements, and public spaces for residence parks and community spaces. So those are the ones that we've got down. We can start looking at all of these things for you, get some information back on costs and some policies we can look at, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
And this vision board will do that with the public as well.
We can share that. We have to share that. That'll be part of the background information.
We'll share that. I think there was a public hearing aspect to it too.
Yeah, and
They can share- they can do
we can deal with that at our public or the public consultation process. And that'll be part of the background report that we had this session, and these were the issues that were identified.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
So that's given us some stuff to work on. Is that okay with everybody?
I'm with me.
This is tricky. There's a delicate balance here
Yeah.
between,
Yeah, it's all balancing.
and it's about, to me, it's the sort of proportioning how the costs for keeping the village the way it is or advancing, whether it's development control, the DCC charges, development cost charges, or these ACCs. Does the growth pay for things and what percentage, or is it part of the overall tax base and how is it apportioned? And yeah, that's a tricky,
Yeah.
those numbers that you showed from those examples from the other communities are eye-opening.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I don't envision those numbers coming into the village
No.
personally.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if they did.
Well, our tax base does not cover the running of the community. No way.
Well, I think the challenge is that if you're gonna be funding, say, just an example of a community center, you're gonna have a small little pot from all the growth.
Yeah.
There's no way that you'd have to borrow the rest, or you'd have to seek grant funding.
Well, I appreciate staff bringing this to our attention now at the beginning of several days, because I know we've got large documents, as Councillor Fascio mentioned, with all the 3 master plans, and still 2 to come on municipal infrastructure. And it's not lost on me. The challenges of making sure our reserves are sufficient that when we reach those sort of step changes in either wastewater treatment, water treatment, storm sewers, or what have you, that we have sufficient resources to cover those and not be behind a very, very difficult question or a difficult situation like we see in other communities like Lake Country, or I think some places in the Okanagan, or even the nightmare scenario of North Vancouver with their wastewater treatment, and how that started small and is nowhere near done, but costing hundreds of dollars per house just for the overruns. And I know my own conversations with people in the village, my own sense is people are very worried and are anxious about, is there sufficient capacity for further growth in the village with our infrastructure? And if there is capacity, when do we reach the limits of the capacity where we need a second or an upgrade to the water treatment plant or the wastewater treatment plant? And then the big bill that comes with that. And I know it's not fair to sort of say, well, the next 300 people to move to town and build something, we've got surplus, we have capacity, but the 301st person that comes in, you get a giant, enormous bill because now you're responsible. No, it's got to be apportioned out, and balancing between the growth and the residents. That is going to be a challenge to find that balance that keeps things affordable and apportions costs appropriately between growth and people that already live here to maintain our lovely standard of life here.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Ken, does this ACC legislation also affect regional districts?
Yes.
So it would be the same process for a regional?
Yes, and only for their area.
Only for their designated
Jurisdiction.
jurisdiction.
Yeah, it's not done twice.
Okay, so say area C in the regional district, a development request was put to regional district, then an ACC contribution would have to go directly to that area C.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further on this agenda item? I see the time is approximately, 9:39. I think before we move on to the next item, I'm going to suggest we take a 7-minute pause for stretching legs, fresh air, whatever else might need it to be done. Refresher coffee, and we will, I'll make it easy for people that are watching online. We'll reconvene at, let's reconvene at 10 to the hour, 10 to 10. So we'll get 11 minutes. I know if I ever see a 5-minute coffee break,
Sounds
we
good.
always come in late. So we'll reconvene at 10 to 10. Thank you.
Right.
There is coffee and pastries.
Tight ship
One thing I'll note before, I'm never late.
I lost your.
I'm always on time. That's being in the army.
Was that a dig?
That's being in the army.
We're live
If you
again.
were late in the army, my dear, you were 10 days confined to
I'd
barracks.
be court-martialed.
It's 9:50 and our allotted time for a break is over. So we will reconvene and pick up where we left off on our agenda, which is item 5B, housing for tourism sector employees. And this is, I think, over to you, Councillor Schwein.
Well, thank you, Mayor Talon. I must admit that on Thursday, when I saw this day today and all the list of things that I had suggested we talked about, I panicked a little bit and go, boy, I guess things are hitting the fan here, and I better get ready. So it's been a weekend, and I don't have my thoughts completely straightened out, but I've written some notes here, so I'll just read out what I've got here, and just want to talk to you. And my items here for discussion today are just really for discussion, and I'm open to suggestions. And if it's already been handled, again, I'm new to this, so maybe we've handled it a generation ago. I don't know. Anyways, housing for tourism sector employees. As you know, they're mostly young, not necessarily highly paid, probably seasonal, and we used to hire them in our store as well. Wonderful people trying to make a living, and these are potentially new young customers and young families, young citizens and young families moving to Harrison. And I want to help them, but a lot of them have to come in from a long way. up to even as far away as Abbotsford to come in and work at a part-time seasonal job at the resort or wherever. So I just wanted to see if there's something that we can do to help them and facilitate more housing and diversity and opportunities for these people. I looked at our current housing needs report, and in our current report, it quotes the 2019 report for specific things. And the 2019 report said that there is a need to promote secondary suite and coach houses. Number 2, there's a need to develop age-friendly housing policies. Number 3, to encourage employee-sponsored housing programs. And number 4, to modify zoning to support higher densities. It also states that we need 187 units, I think, by 2026. And it looks like we're well along our way, but let's be honest, most of those are condominiums along the waterfront that are really there for weekenders and summer vacationers, and they are not necessarily filling the need for employee housing. So I just wanted to open up a discussion to see if there's something that we can do as a council, as a village, to help release some of the pressure and housing insecurity that these people are experiencing. I think tourism is a huge part of our community and our future. And these workers are potential citizens, good young people and young families that would probably otherwise like to move here. So anyways, I'll just open it up from there, looking for suggestions or ideas or comments. And if we've dealt with this a generation ago, then just say we're barking up the wrong tree. And or maybe there's been progress in this that I'm unaware of.
I think you're touching on something that is is an aspect of a much larger issue. And the larger issue is just affordable housing for all sectors, for the whole village, for society as a whole, to having adequate housing and affordable housing. That is the challenge, huge challenge for all governments, I think. I know we just recently made changes to a zoning bylaw, I believe, which included staff housing and employee housing. I think it was called employee housing. So that's now permitted in certain areas. But it's a difficult question. There's some larger employees that provide housing, subsidized housing for employees who attract them. Some businesses do that. And again, the challenge for the village is to make sure we have a mix of zones for different types of housing and different sort of price points for affordability ranges. And I saw Councillor Fascio.
Thank you, Worship.
Experience in this, I'm sure.
I'm just going back to the overall plan that was shown to us regarding this lot here, and that did have a component of a rental. I think, like the mayor said, we can't just restrict this just to employees or those who are working here. Definitely, they should have. I agree with Councillor Schweinbenz on that portion, but we have to open up for rental for anybody. But I know that the resort hotel does have several houses that they are whatever they're doing with them for their staff, and also 2 of our restaurants in town. They supply accommodation for their employees as well. But the overall picture is, yes, I agree with you that we do. I think at some point we should pursue this is a bigger picture, like the mayor says, regarding this whole structure, this whole place here, which I'm bringing up later as well in the meeting. But I think we do need a rental component of some kind, either for the workers or for those who can't afford. We've got one house in Harrison that's advertising $3,500 a month, for God's sake. Who can afford that for rent? I mean, it's got to be a reasonable rent for somebody to afford who can work here. And most of the workers, as we know, is the basic. What is it now? $18 an hour, whatever it is, $16 to $18 an hour.
The minimum wage.
Whatever it is, the minimum wage. So I agree with Councillor Schweinbent, I agree with the mayor as well. This is a bigger picture that we will be addressing, I think, at a later stage when we have more input in what's happening to the seniors component and then what's happening to the school component. So that's all we're waiting. We won't know to the new year, I assume. So I think that's for another discussion. But I agree with Councillor Schweinbent, we definitely, which I've got on my list as well, a rental unit as well.
Sorry, Mayor Dillon, if I may, it raises some great points. But, you know, maybe I can ask CEO and Ken, like, my 4 points here. There's, you know, from 2019, we identified that there's a need to promote secondary suite coach houses. Have we expanded our zones in our current OCP, or is there anything that we can do? Because I really believe that we don't need to hit a home run with new buildings, that kind of thing. I think this housing stock exists if we allow people to open up their homes to secondary suites, basement suites, not everywhere, I get it, but selectively in certain zones, to open up 50 bedrooms that people can rent.
I see a couple of, just before you move on to your next point,
Yeah.
I think either CEO or Ken, Mr. Cossey can speak to part of that right now.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you, Councillor Schweinbent. I think the crux of the issue is we don't have people coming to the village and asking to either build a coach house or rezone their property to be able to support the secondary suite or alternative accommodations. And I think that's where the challenge is. I think your aspirations are correct in order to provide, we'll call them accommodations. I don't know if you can call them affordable accommodations, because really it's you know, the market is going to bear what people are going to build and rent out, right? And I think Councillor Fascio pointed out $3,500 for a house is just absolutely ludicrous. But the fact is, we don't have a lot of people that are interested in pursuing that as of right now.
Does some of our zones, Mr. Cossey probably knows off the top of your head, some of our zones, like duplexes allow secondary suites already?
Yeah.
So it's already permitted, and I think
R2 zones, you can either have a secondary suite or a coach house, but not both in the R2.
Yeah.
Right.
And since I've been here since 2016, I think. We've had one request to rezone to an R2, and that was last week. So she's working on it.
So is there something we need to do as a village to incentivize, encourage people to do this? Because we can sprawl out and up, but really the answer might be in our existing buildings.
Well, my personal, thank you, Worship. I think my personal thought is if we're talking about specifically tourism sector employees, like if we're looking at worker housing, then that burden needs to be put on to the employer, in my opinion, right? So we have a major employer in town, a few major employers in town. We know some, like Councillor Fascio pointed out, are providing accommodations for their employees. And that is I think that's where the challenge lies, is that if I'm sure if the village received excuse me, an application for accommodations at say, for example, and picking on the resort, but the largest employer in town, if they wanted to put a construct employee housing on that lot, I'm pretty sure that there would be support.
Okay, so it just hasn't happened. All right.
Mr. Cossey.
I was just gonna say further to that, there's one of the employers has been talking about it, but nothing in actual writing yet, no actual application for an employee housing, but they have another project that they may be moving forward with. I don't know yet.
Yeah. It's a tough issue. I mean, Whistler's dealing with it. Some people, they're all deal with this. We're in the same boat. I wonder if we should have some kind of a program to help out.
Whistler has a very unique program for that.
They also have a housing authority.
Yeah, they have a they have a unique program with the housing authority. Because Whistler is a scale, I think, that'll makes those types of things more viable than for our smaller village. I do recall that we did approve the development of a 28-unit apartment building on Hot Springs Road earlier this year. So you know, there is obviously developers are seeing a demand for rental, and that was a rental.
Yeah.
As well, apartment is rental. Developers are starting to see demand for it in the village, and hopefully we can have the right zoning and the land available to, do our part to facilitate those things. Councillor Faccio, I think I cut
No,
something.
not me.
Councillor Vital.
Thank you. Just on a bigger scale, a lot of that employment here is seasonal, right?
Yeah.
So I think one thing that we need to do, and do it collectively, maybe with Kent or the regional district, and I know Councillor Facio has been involved with this. I was so disappointed when BC Transit turned down the Loweed Highway route. So I think what we need to do is consistently lobby BC Transit for the extended bus route and the extended times here into the village, right? And in the off season, I don't even think there's bus service on Sundays, which, you know, does not make sense to me, but that's one avenue that we can continue to pursue. So.
Just correct me if I'm too used
Go
to
ahead,
it.
Daniel.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Sunday is included, is it up to the end of September or October, and then they cut it off for the winter, don't they? The bus.
Yeah, I'm
the
not
Sunday,
sure
I think
exactly,
so,
but
yeah.
I know there
I think
is.
so. But no, I agree with Councillor Vital that bus service has to be on weekends and also extended. But we are working with it. The regional district is working with the BC Transit, as you know, they're the partners in regarding that. But and also the number 7 route. But that is if I may ask through you, Worship Councillor Schweinbenz, Mark, how many? Because a lot of the workers, as we know in the season, are students. And they're either from Agassiz and they live with their families, or those who live in Harrison with their family. How many have you come across or you've heard from businesses? How many, is it 20, 30, 100?
Yeah,
Is there any particular number, or is it just, you're just throwing that out as what you've been approached by?
Yeah, that's what I've been approached. I agree. A lot of the seasonal help are high school and university students that come and work at the coffee shops and restaurants and chocolate stores. But there's also quite a large group, I think, at our major employer that are, just have housing insecurity. They might be full-time on part-time wages, for instance, at the resort or other large businesses here. And they'd like to live here instead of busing from Mission or Agassiz or Rosedale or Abbotsford.
Yeah.
And my understanding is that a generation ago, there was enough student housing, worker housing on the resort property, and no longer anymore. So I just want to make sure that our policies and zoning aren't discouraging any of this. I'd rather encourage it. Okay.
Councillor Jansen.
If I look at more on the practical side, it's really all about ROE, return on equity, and developers have parked their money now in the market or in gold. Simple as that. They're not going to build unless they can get a good return on their investment. They have no social conscience. I mean, I agree with you. We need housing for employees and all. We need it. That really has got to be delivered by the provincial or federal government, because they're the only ones that really have the ability to do that. Development won't happen unless you have the developers who are going to put up their money and take the risk. It's a sad commentary, but that's what it boils down to. Sorry to have said that, but
There are market forces that exist, and they're real. Yeah. Thank you. Any further comments on this item?
Perhaps Mayor Town, if I could, next time we do an OCP, hopefully I'm involved in it. The last one was 2022. I assume we'll be doing one in a couple of years, that maybe we can look into this issue again. So,
We just, oh, sorry.
Oh, Mr. Costa.
Yes, you just amended your OCP,
That's
you
right.
include that policy in there.
Yeah.
And you've also, the next council meeting on the 15th is the zoning bylaw to implement those requirements.
Okay. Let's hope it makes a difference.
And you were part of that process.
Yeah. Okay. Complicated process.
You have the minutes to prove it.
And video. The video, yeah.
Good conversation.
Thank you, everybody.
Good discussion. The next one on our agenda, 5C, Fraser Valley Regional District Building Inspection Services, and it's back to you, Councillor Swain.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Talon, and thank you, council. Again, I've got a few notes here, and and we talked about that this morning, and quite often developers, builders are looked in a negative light, such that they're going to bring unwanted development into our village, causes costs and problems and crowding and all that kind of stuff. But I kind of look at it differently. I mean, if we're standing still and stagnant, then we're going to die as a village, and we won't be able to afford the services that we have now because costs are rising, and the cost per capita borne on these infrastructure costs that we'll be talking about tomorrow would be huge. So I see, if done correctly, development to be good. But things are hard on developers right now. And again, as a dad, people say, "Oh, too bad the developers aren't making their profit." Poo-poo for them. But the reality is, the costs are borne on people, on real people who are trying to get into the market and trying to rent or buy a unit. So I'm trying to make this process better for everybody, better for the village, and to provide more certainty. The cost of land, building supply constraints, taxes, development fees, consultants, environmental concerns, and all these regulations developers are used to this being part of the fabric and all that. But there's challenges. But some of these challenges are a disincentive, and I think we can look at some of our processes to make these things a little bit easier. And I've got two items in particular that I'd like to talk about today. One is the pre-approval process. Okay, so currently a developer, they're instructed to provide a full set of engineering drawings, costing, depending on the entity, $20,000 to $60,000, $80,000 just to bring it to our table here, depending on the scale of the project. And that's just to inquire about their vision and their concept that they have. And I'm just wondering if we need to instruct staff to make it more user-friendly and streamlined from the beginning in the pre-approval process. So for instance, we could include, and I've got some suggestions from people, maybe we could have a pre-application meeting or something called a preliminary development review, which is lower cost to the developer, requires just a simply drafted plan, and includes, our planner, our engineering CAO in the conversation so that they can right away get a sense of what's happening before they spend tens of thousands of dollars. Then once that conversation is done and they go away and do their homework and their work, then they can come back for step 2, which is the submission of a preliminary building permit, which would go into greater detail, provide some more detail in the drawings and the site plan, but again, without the expense of engineering. Engineering consulting is tens of thousands of dollars and many, many, many months. And then they get feedback, proceed or not proceed. So that's the first one. That's the first question and suggestions that I had for pre-approval process. And it's something that our village used to do, apparently, way before my time, but before 2015, they were able to do this in this village. And this is what the District of Kent does as well. They're able to go have a meeting with the people who should know, get answers right away before spending all that upfront costs, engineering costs, okay? And it's something that we apparently stopped doing in 2015 and 2016. And there's no comment on anybody at this table at all. It's just part of the process that we've adopted for a decade, and it's not working, it's broken. I've talked to developers, and they are, as an example, submitting, they're just, sorry, in this certain example, it's just costing a lot of money just to walk in the door and present a concept and vision. And that tens of thousands of dollars is quite often wasted because the idea is rejected or needs changes.
Can you clarify what you mean by pre-approval? And I'm unclear what you're advocating for. Well, who is pre-approving and?
So I think what's happening now is this is just a simple example.
Yeah.
Developer buys a piece of land, and they want to build a house or a development or an apartment, anything, okay? The process, as I understand it, is that they need to come in with a whole lot of detail, including engineering, just to walk into this door to start the conversation. They are instructed to come with great detail before they can be brought to our planners and engineers and staff. And that's costing tens of thousands of dollars, again, borne by the developer, but ultimately borne by the purchaser of that house.
So what's the pre-approval? What does that
So
mean?
more,
What
I
does that
just
mean?
think, what does it mean?
Yeah, what exactly is,
Pre-approval meeting.
who is pre-approving what? So we can, otherwise I'm worried we have a conversation that goes in circles.
Yeah.
So who is pre-approving and what is being pre-approved?
So they could come to staff with a vision and a concept without the greater detail of engineering that costs a lot of money.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sure there's lots of people that can want to jump in on and comment on this. I'll start with CIO Cook. And maybe could someone, maybe to help this conversation, I think it's an important thing to understand. Can you just give a real simple rundown of someone, using Councillor Swineband's example, someone buys a piece of property and wants to build a house. Can you walk through the process of someone building a house on a piece of property, and we have our zoning, how our zoning bylaws come into play, when permits are issued, when things come to council for consideration? Can we just get a quick overview? I'm worried we're going to go in circles and not touch the point.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Your Worship. I think, first of all, I think we need to be careful on what we're describing. Are we describing, because if you're talking about pre-approval, there is no such thing. If it's something that needs to go to council, it's council's decision. So staff would never do a pre-approval. Now, if you're talking about a pre-application meeting.
Perhaps a better word.
Yes. Okay, so staff has, historically, that has been the case. It has been a bit of a challenge to have a discussion with staff in advance. Recently, that has changed. We've been working with developers because we understand that it is a challenge. So they come to us with their ideas, and then we can, Ken usually is involved, and Amanda are involved in those discussions, and myself, obviously. And they'll come to us with a concept, and we have to look at what they're proposing. So their proposal may require a variance or a development permit or something like that. So then that's where that gets identified. The challenge that I think what you're trying to point out is that there's a significantly different process or step when you're talking about coming and having a concept. When the development either needs to go for a building permit or go to council for their approval, that is when the engineering needs to be, you have to have everything ready to go, and it's got to be basically pre-application for a building permit. So there's many stages in there, and I think I know where your comments are coming from, like, because historically there has been a challenge, and it's nobody's fault. It's just that the model has changed a little bit. So I think the item that you're trying to deal with here has already kind of been dealt with. Like we're looking at it from our perspective, from the current staff's perspective, is that we want to make this process as easy as possible. I think where you're your focus is like, if you're talking about, you know, our process is working, I think it's when it leaves this building and, or council's approved a development and it's getting to the regional district and we're waiting for building permits there. That's where our challenge lies, is that.
That is my second point.
Yeah,
I've
we were,
got some
and
other stuff to
and we were
talk about.
talking about this earlier, is that it's very costly, it's very time consuming.
Yeah.
And so from our perspective, our internal process, I believe, is, has changed to the point where we're supporting, developers when they come in.
Well, if I may, Mayor Tom Tyson, has something changed in the last few months then? Because my understanding is that people have come in recently and they've been given the pushback to say, no, we're not even gonna look at it. I gotta see the engineering first. So the difference is that a developer can come in for a simple house, as an example, and spend $2,000 on a draftsman to do the plan, a general plan. That's what they want to do, be able to come in here, sit down with the engineer, the planner, yourself, everybody, and so that they can get feedback on that before spending $60,000 on the engineering.
So.
And they have been pushed back to say, we're not even looking at this until you spend your money on the engineering. That's what I want to change.
I think that's where the challenge lies, is that we are only worried about what our zoning bylaw restricts. So basically the dimensions of the house, the area of the house, the height, and that's it. The engineering side, that is what the regional district would be requiring for a building permit.
So I'm just gonna jump in here.
Sure.
So if, let's say I purchased a couple of properties and I had a vision or a dream, could I come to the office and say, I bought this land, I have this land, and either I want to redevelop it or I want to do something to it. Could I come in and have someone in the office explain, here's the steps and the sequences you need, and here's what you need at various stages, like a navigator through the system. So it's not like this giant wall and you have to have can someone come in and sort of get the help from the office to sort of navigate their way through and know what's expected where when they're considering their concept or vision? Because I saw this with one of the developments on Hot Springs Road. There's a whole concept, and obviously they've done some drawings, but it was looking like I think maybe a conversation with staff for those people might have helped them. Anyway, that's my question. Is that possible?
If I may.
Yeah.
When we have this so-called pre-application meetings that come in, I have always recommended that we do not do them, because as soon as you have your pre-application meeting, the developer will come back and say, well, Ken Cossey said so.
Correct.
And this is where you get into problems with legal issues afterwards if it gets turned down. The other issue is the developer will come in and say, well, what do you think I should do with my property?
Yep.
We get a lot of that, and we're not their planning department. So we've been saying, go talk to a land development professional to help you. We're not here to help you with your application from that perspective, from start to finish. They have to take it. Land development is not a simple business to get into. It's an expensive business. I have seen developers that have come in, like we've got one development I've been working on since 2016. It's still not finished. I used to have a developer with another client. He would come in every spring, he would do all of his stuff and then go away and come back in another year. And then he bitches and complains that it's 9 years to get this project through.
Yeah. Ken, if I may, I've got issues with your first statement there. Like when you say you're reluctant to do these meetings because
legal
you'll be
issues.
held to a thing. But the reality is you're not just meeting with Ken Cossey, you're meeting with engineering, you're meeting with CAO or whoever should be relevant.
It doesn't matter who's at the meeting.
And then minutes are taken, things are discussed and agreed upon, and
No.
that saves everybody liability, and it's just a more predictable process. And this is standard practice, I understand, in other
For
jurisdictions.
some, not all.
Well, and that's why I'm here today talking about it.
Yeah,
Because I think
if you wanna, we have right now inside of our development procedures process, if you wanna change it, you can do that, because the development procedures bylaw dictates how we respond to applications. And whenever we get a request to do anything, we always send out the zoning bylaw, the OCP bylaw, and the development procedures bylaw. So that, and then we tell them, this is what you have to follow. And then once we get the application, then we are more than willing to sit down and talk with them.
Well,
oh,
Councilor Fascio, jump in. You've had your hand up for a little bit here.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, Mr. Cossie, not too long ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, wrote a very good article on how the procedure you follow when you're applying for a building, a development. So that's somewhere in the office. Secondly, in my experience, when developers have come to the office, on the odd occasion, they may want to meet with me. They don't meet with me. I have the administrator, CAO, and the planner with me. I welcome them to the village because what Mr. Cossie is correct. As soon as you say, oh yeah, I agree, that'll be a good idea to have a seniors complex on that corner there. And Mr. Cossie says, if that isn't passed by council, they come back to you and say, well, you told me I could build that, spent all this money. It becomes a legal problem. So I used to say, I welcome them. Thank you for coming here. You discuss your issues with the planner. We have a zoning and an OCP, and then I leave. I don't promise them anything. The other thing is, if you have anything built on the west side of the village, it's all geotech on this side here. So there's another problem. We spent, and the council and I even went to Christy Clark when she was the premier, on a lot on Miami River Drive that took nearly 4 years before they could build, because the environment said, no, you can't build the house like all the other houses. You've got to come another 10 feet closer to the roadway. Eventually they had to do that, but they had to pay for waiting all that time in the environment, people. So there's a lot of issues that arise, and the regional district applicants don't always submit complete information at the outset, so there can be a lot of back and forth waiting for applicants to submit required documents, which is including in the total processing time frame. So they have this as well. So if that planning is not, everything isn't ticked off properly, it goes back again. And that's what takes a lot of the time, Mark, son. And also with the regional district, like in most places, there's a problem nowadays with having planners. We even sent a letter to the universities last year from the regional district to support getting more planners into their system to learn planning, because there's a great shortage in the province of planning, and the regional district have come across it. They either leave, they're short, and then if you need down to 2 building inspectors, well, it's going to take that much longer to inspect your house. I mean, I'm not sure what the process is in the district of Kent for waiting, but there's a lot of ifs and buts before that process goes through. I'm assuming if it's a straightforward house, it's pretty straightforward, but when it comes to a development, a large development or subdivision, then there's a lot of planning that has to be put in place, and engineering. I mean, there's so many cases over the years where people have come with a piece of paper, with a drawing. Oh, can I build this? I said, build what? I said, where's all the engineering? Where's the designs? And that's what they have to pay for themselves before they can present it to the staff. Because the staff are not going to just look at a piece without proper drawings or engineering and say, yeah, that's great, you can build that. They have to have all the right, otherwise they're in a position and putting the village or the community into a liable position by saying, yeah, you can build that. But I said that because he showed me a plan that didn't have all the engineering on there. So the responsibility is up to the builder or the developer to make sure they have everything in place before they can move forward. And this is, we have our zoning and OCPs. It's all there in black and white, with each part of the village, what you can build. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say on that.
Councilor Biden.
Thank you. I understand where Councillor Schweinbens is coming from, but I think we need to be very careful because the process that is currently in place works to protect the village from liability, as Ken indicated, from a safety perspective. I would, and the current process works as a check mark, right? Like, I appreciate Councillor Schweinbend's comments, but I am currently happy and content with the process the way it is. I think if there's that holdup, it's with the regional district, because everything can be passed by council once Ken, proving officer, have done their jobs. And then it goes to the regional district for a building permit. And that can take months,
Yeah, 6 months?
At least.
6
Yeah,
months.
I'll get to that.
Yeah, up to 6 months. So we need to put in protections for the village, and I think our process currently does that. Oh, thank you.
Councillor Schweinbens, back to
Thank you, Mayor Talent.
Back to you.
I'm not asking for a lot here. I'm just saying that, we ought to simplify the process for developers to bring more predictability and certainty and ease of use, ease of interface with our village. I've spoken to developers who do business both here and in District of Kent and other jurisdictions. And I can tell you that the pre-application process, so I'm not talking about approvals, but pre-application process is just simpler in other jurisdictions, more predictable, and they're able to sit down eyeball to eyeball so that they can get answers pretty quickly before they spend the tens of thousands of dollars on engineering. I'm simply trying to ease the process, and I'm asking council to direct staff to take a look at this process to see if there's improvements we can make.
Can you clarify what questions they're asking and what answers they're getting in this pre-application meeting?
I'm not a builder. I don't know all those details, but my
But
point
no, but
is.
this is the hard part.
Yeah.
So if you ask something, you get an answer, you want to rely on the answer. So it comes down to the details. What is being asked and what's being answered, because a developer is going to rely on that answer. And what does that mean?
Well, Mayor Town, I think it's pretty simple. It's can they get to the table to even have these eyeball to eyeball conversations without spending tens of thousands of dollars on engineering? The answer currently is no. I want them to be able to come in here with a simple concept, a drafted concept, and to be able to get the answers on zoning, on restrictions, and variances before they spend all that money.
So right there, I have reservations, and I have to take a big breath. Someone comes in. Our zoning bylaws are laid out. Our development approval process is all laid out in our bylaws. I think our staff can explain that and walk people through that. But if you want a variance to a zoning bylaw to narrow the setback or change the height or the footprint or the use, like the outside what is in the zoning bylaw, and you come and ask that question, I'm hoping they don't get an answer, because that's an answer that only council can give.
Yeah. And
council can only give that when it has all the information. So this is what it really comes down to. I think I've read our zoning bylaws multiple times, and I think they're very clear what the rules are. If someone needs an explanation or to confirm something, is this consistent with this plan consistent with the zoning bylaw or the procedure to understand the steps? I think that's one thing. But again, what questions are asked and what answers are given, because I want to make sure that if answers are given, a developer or someone coming forward can rely on the answers. But then again, I don't want to put staff in a situation that says they're answering things that are really a council decision, or putting themselves at jeopardy or risking the village because they've given an answer with incomplete information.
I'm not making myself clear. We're stuck on the word approval. I'm not looking.
No,
for
no, this,
approval.
no, I'm not on,
This
it's
is
just a
pre-application.
pre-application meeting, so
It's a
what's asked
pre-application
and answered?
meeting where they can get all the information that they require, eyeball to eyeball.
So I'm gonna stop right there,
And
what
without spending all
information?
the money. My point is, they're not getting into these conversations without going to the next step and spending a whole ton of money. And the reality is, this is raising costs, raising the time that they need to hold on to the land, raising uncertainty, and the costs are borne in the people who want to move to this village.
Yeah, I know the downstream effects of it, but
So
it really
it's,
comes down to what information that they need. What is it they don't get from the bylaw, or what information or answers in a pre-application meeting, not approval? They're asking questions and they want answers or information. What is the nature of those information or the answers?
I think the answers and questions are the same, but they've got to spend tens of thousands of dollars to even be able to get to the table.
I don't understand, but I'm at a loss to know what question. If someone comes to the village and says, can you explain our zoning bylaw for duplexes? Am I allowed to build this high or this close to the lot line? I would presume someone could either read the bylaw or come to our staff and get an answer saying the bylaw says, this is how you read the bylaw. These are the rules set out in the bylaw. If you want to have something different than what the bylaw says, like get closer or bigger or taller, then someone would explain the process of which you'd have to follow to get those approvals.
Yes. I'm no expert on this. I suggest we ask staff to look into this. And maybe they ask some of the some developers in the industry to see how things would be easier. Because again, it's more difficult in the village than it is in other
And
jurisdictions.
that's the part.
Whatever the case may be. So
That's
let's give it to staff. We can go in the circle, but let's give it to staff to look at improving the process.
I'd like the village to be following best practices
100%.
and equally easy or difficult versus other communities that come in. But I really need to understand what's being asked or answered in a pre-application, because without that,
Right.
just don't,
And Mayor Town, if I could,
Yeah.
you're asking me these questions, and I don't know the answer to those. I'm just asking.
okay,
Let staff look at this to ease the process.
ease the process. Okay, Councilor
Just-
Ken.
When we have somebody ask a zoning bylaw question, just for everybody's information, yeah, we answer it. We don't say that, I would approve it. We don't say that. They say if it's gonna be 10.7 meters, we say, yeah, 10.7 meters. If you wanna vary that, take it up to 12 or 13, you have to do so with the council's approval, and we can't speak to that. We tell them that right up front, and then we tell them, and if you're gonna change it, if you wanna change it, this is the process you have to go through the development procedures bylaw. However, we've also had developers that I was alluding to earlier that do not give complete information in the application package. We had one developer who refused to give us a QEEP report,
So what?
a QEEP, Qualified Environmental Professional report,
Why was it refused?
because he just refused.
Okay.
So it became the old proverbial standoff.
Yeah,
And then the village said, yeah. So we didn't have to worry about it, but that held the whole project up for a number of months.
Yeah.
And this person just outright refused to give that information.
I also I know commented earlier, and I don't want to place staff in a situation where someone in a pre-application meeting would come with I'd like to do this. Do you think this will fly? Do you think this will get passed? And I don't want to put our staff in a situation of providing advice on what might be approved or might be, acceptable, because I don't think that's not their role.
Mayor Town.
Yeah,
If I could though.
yeah.
They're not even getting to the table apparently.
So why
With
can't
these
some,
questions without full engineering plans. I'm just simply trying to find out if there's a better approval process,
yeah,
procedure that we can follow to be more in line with easier to deal with jurisdictions.
Okay, so again,
And
it's,
I think I've ruffled feathers. I don't mean to. I'm just,
no.
because apparently this was one of the easier villages to deal with before 2015. Apparently there was someone who
Yeah.
could do all and we're going to talk about inspections and all that kind of stuff. Someone who could do that. I know that we've grown and things are more complex, but it's apparently difficult for developers to get eyeball to eyeball with all the people who can give preliminary guidance.
Okay, so I accept you've heard the village is difficult and it should be easier. But what I'm really missing to give staff any direction on what they might review is what what is difficult?
The pre-application process.
The pre-application process. I don't know what that is exactly, because you either come in and get clarity on what the zoning bylaws are and what process is, but there's no pre-stamp saying you can build this building.
Yeah, maybe it's a question of calling up the guys in Kent to see how they do it. For some reason, it seems easier. Let's give them a call.
But I'd like to, but that's
This doesn't.
I don't know what easy or hard means in relation to what. And that's the hard, because we have our bylaws, and if our bylaws are creating some obstacles procedurally, or they're unclear, which is creating ambiguity, then we need to address that.
Maybe that's it.
But I don't know if it's it. So I'm looking to you to sort of help me put some meat to the bones of what the difficulty is.
I'm happy to do more research
Okay.
to find out more and maybe have a motion in the future.
Yeah,
I think we don't need to get defensive about this. We're just trying to improve things.
trying to understand.
everybody. Yeah.
If there is something that's ambiguous or procedure that is clunky and doesn't work, I want to understand that and make some improvements if we can, but I need to understand what the difficult is and what easy is somewhere else. Maybe that's even. Councillor Faccio.
Through you, your worship, to our CAO. I can't recall ever being approached by our staff regarding this whole situation of building permits, permission. May I ask you to share, what is your take on this? Are you having problems with developers or builders when they come in here because this is obviously, Councillor Schweinben is getting it from somewhere, from some builder or developer. So what is your, since you've been the CAO?
Currently, if there is a request to have a discussion, I'm happy to speak to someone at the counter, but it really comes down to, or even in here for that matter. But our discussion is very general. We do not talk about pre-approval. We do not talk, I see more emails coming from Ken where we'll have correspondents come in and they'll request information and say, hey, can we do this? Ken is very articulate and says, here's our zoning bylaw, here's our OCP, please review. And generally speaking, we wait for the application because staff is spending time on this. We wait for our application before we actually start having a fulsome discussion with the developer. And anytime that we do have a discussion with someone here, they can make an application. They don't have to have engineering drawings. They don't have to have a full, complete application. They make their application and we can work through the process. But we're extremely cautious on how we approach each development because, like Ken said, if we said, oh yeah, council's going to support that, no problem. And it gets to the council table and council doesn't approve it, then the village is held liable for that. So I have not heard any complaints. I don't believe the bottleneck is here. I think the bottleneck, like I said earlier, is once it leaves this building and and council's done their work and staff has done their work. And it's the getting it from here to the building permit stage. And the building permit stage, that's where your lag is. And we're happy to have the conversation, but for the most part, our discussion is very general.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does that help? Councillor Jackson?
Just from a different tact, as a mortgage lender making big mortgages to developers, we had two kinds. We had sophisticated developers, everything was there, and we had the people who develop oddly. And I can tell you, when they came into the office continually, it was always the municipality's fault, no matter where you were. Or their project was not doing this or not doing that. So this is nothing new
Yeah,
that we're talking about. I mean, this is part of the development, how people feel.
yeah,
And I think we're kind of just running around in circles.
Yeah.
I've never heard a complaint in all my 22 years here about coming into here and getting, well, I should say, not a development done. And this shows us.
mhm.
I don't think we have to fix what isn't broken.
Well, that's why I want to clearly, want to really understand the problem.
All due respect to our friend.
Yeah,
Perhaps the appropriate thing would be for Councillor Swinebens and us to have that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Maybe
Yeah.
Yeah.
we can get down to the crux of what the issue is and perhaps
Yeah.
something that's maybe pre-existing.
Yeah.
That
It could be.
Yeah.
Maybe something has changed in the last few months.
because I know that apartment building, 28 unit apartment building, went through normal procedures, came to council for something that we approved. I recall we approved it, but it seemed to just methodically go through the processes and procedures and lined up where it did with our bylaws, and we went accordingly. So
That's the word, it lined up with the
Yeah,
FCP
yeah.
and the zoning.
And something too is that we gotta look at, if we've got a whole bunch of applications that are in, we work from the top and down. And if there's, for instance, if we don't have a complete application, we can't work on it. So, like if they're making their application, and I think Councillor Jackson is absolutely 100% correct, is that it really comes down to the experience of the developer. And if they're coming in and they truly want to develop, instead of speculating, they truly want to develop a piece of land to construct a home or apartment or do a subdivision, they're going to come with a complete application. So, but for the most part, we're dealing with a person that purchased a lot and they need to build a house, and they're, for a lack of better term, they're a layman. And that's where Ken speaks to when people are coming and doing that prospecting, that's when we encourage them to get someone to support them through the process. Because there's, for a few $1,000s, you can get a consultant to act on your behalf and get through the process faster. So, I
We'll talk offline about it.
Yeah, I can't see there's an issue. Without knowing.
it's true. This seems like a specific, so
Yeah.
we'll let that
We'll talk
conversation happen.
offline off.
However, I think what we've pointed to is that once it leaves the office here, my own personal experience with my wife and I buying property and building a house is, there wasn't an issue with the village, but once it left here and you needed the regional district who signs off on development permits, there are delays with getting permits from the regional district. So, and I think if I read building inspection services, is that all part of?
Yeah, Mayor Talon, thank you. That's my second point here that I've got some notes here. And you're right. I mean, I didn't gain much traction on my first point. That's fine. We'll talk offline, but maybe I think this will give more traction. And, I've talked to some developers and they're spending all this money. And, again, we have no sympathy for developers. However, the reality is, if there's no profit, if there's no certainty, if there's no safety in development, they won't do it. And there's going to be even worse housing crisis. We want to facilitate development in a way that benefits our community. But it's a disincentive right now. So they're spending, again, tens of thousands of dollars. They're getting through our approval process, and then they get to the FERD. And everything from building inspection to building permitting to occupancy is just taking a long time. I talked to a developer last week who submitted something in February. They just a couple weeks ago got approved. And that's unacceptable. All due respect to the FERD, I know it's a staff issue or an expertise issue. But in some cases, these developers are spending over $200,000 on environment, on consultants, on engineering and building, and everything is done And they're not even getting questions back for many, many months, like questions of clarity and that sort of thing, because no one's even looked at their file. And I'm just wondering if we can together as a team come up with better solutions. Apparently, again, 10 years ago, we used to have a person who could do all this in this village, like an employee of this village. They helped with the pre-application process, they helped with the inspections, the occupancy, the building permits and all that kind of stuff. So maybe there's something creative we can do to make this happen faster. And again, it's not about the developers. Lots are left derelict for months and months or years because of this uncertainty. Things aren't getting done. Costs are going up, again, borne by the next generation or by the purchasers. So I see that there could be a lot of benefit for us to solve this. Looking for suggestions, but maybe as an example, we either hire someone part-time like we do with our planning process to ease this at the village level, or it's also been suggested that there's available capacity at the District of Kent. They already do all their inspections up Rockwell. They go right by. Maybe they can help us out 2 or 3 days a month. I'm just looking for something creative.
Councillor Faccio.
Before I ask that through your clarification from our CAO, I think we did inquire some time ago regarding the District of Kent. They don't have the capacity to take on our building. They've got enough on their own plate. As far as unless things have changed in the last few months. The other thing is the person who was here was also the administrator, and prior to being the administrator, he was also the development officer as well, besides being the building inspector. And he eventually went back to FVRD when he left here to help them out because of the shortage of staff. But for the little amount of money that we pay the regional district, I think it's peanuts compared to what you would have to pay even for a part-time person. I mean, you know, if it's, I don't think we're in that stream to have a part-time or a full-time building inspector and to do all that sort of work. Again, I can only read out. I did speak with the FVRD over the weekend, and that's the answer they gave me. They're looking, unfortunately, as it was the weekend, they couldn't get back to me today with the answer in regards to the overall picture. But what I read is what's there is the staffing problems or the applications, as our CEO has said, if they don't come in with everything ticked off correctly, it goes back to the bottom of the pile, and it restarts again. So I don't think you can put a lot of blame on the FVRD. We took them on as our building inspection many years ago for the reason that we don't have the funds to employ a full-time. I mean, when you're employing somebody, you're not just employing them to come in for the 1 or 2 hours a day to deal with this, and also their expenses over and above coming into the office. You know, if it's out of town, like we have other contracted services, you have to pay for the overnight stays, the traveling, and everything else. So it becomes quite a large expense to the village. I'm not saying what Councillor Schweinberg is correct, that maybe I would do some more research with the regional districts in regards to this, but I'm not going to put the onus on the regional district because overall, because if you're short of staff, I mean, we have a limited staff here as well, and trying to put on more work onto them regarding this process. I mean, I'll go back to what the mayor just said 10 minutes ago. You have a zoning, you have an OCP. If everything complies to that, the building goes, boom, go and build your building pretty quick. But if it doesn't, and it needs variances, geotechnical, environmental, stream protection, that becomes a whole different picture. It can be held up for a year. We have 2 developments in the village. that have been passed, they have the development permits from council. That I think one of them is going to be coming forward to renew the development permit maybe next year. But they're sitting there, empty lots, they've been cleared, but nothing's happened. So we do have development coming in the village, they just haven't been built. So I don't know. I agree with you. There's always room for a conversation and to try. And I think what the CEO just said, sit down with the team and see what can be done, and then bring it back to council another time. I think that's the way to go, because there's a lot of answers here, like the mayor says, we don't have in regards to the overall picture.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I think I know what Councillor Schweinben's the problem he's trying to deal with, but unfortunately, it is not. We contribute to a part of a regional service that is extremely low cost. When you look at the overall cost to, say, staffing a building inspector, and we don't see the volume. We just don't have the volume to justify facilitating an additional position. So we get a better service, or we do get a good service from the regional district. But the challenge is, it was said before, trying to find qualified people in every technical side, whether it be building inspection or planning, or engineering for that matter. It's very tough to find people. And we are, unfortunately, we have to, the developers and builders have to go through the process. And again, with the example that you're speaking to, I would be very interested to know how many times that the regional district needed to go back to this individual to get additional information because it wasn't a complete application. And perhaps that's why it took just about a year or 8 months or whatever it is to get a permit, you know, like you and not to say that you're not identifying an issue, but we've got to get at the crux of what the issue truly is. If it was a full application was sent in and it took 6 or 8 months for them to get a permit, maybe that's a problem.
Yeah. You know, again, I guess there's no way to tease out the inspection services from FERD, take that money back in-house, hire someone very part-time, 2 or 3 days a month there. Apparently this expertise exists. You can have him or her come out 2 or 3 days a month to do their inspections, or, you know, apparently they're pretty good at District of Kent. Maybe we'll make a deal with Wallace, and again, 2 or 3 days a month. That's maybe I know we've said we've heard a no before. Maybe we try again. They want something from us. Let's go back there.
The challenge with that is that it would require. So if even if we were going to partner with another agency, we have to pay 100% of their costs. Like 100%. We're talking, you know, like when you talk about an hourly wage, it's just not whatever their per hour is, right? It's all the backup benefits and everything. So that becomes very, very expensive. And thank you very much, Scott. You just provided me with the information. We pay $26,000 per year for our inspection, permitting and inspection services. Yeah. So that's $26,000 per year.
To the FERD.
To the FERD. That's not very much for staff.
But we're not getting, like.
It's not us. It's the development community that isn't getting, like we are, they're providing us, and I'll be honest, like we've had some permits where we've had to go through the exact same process. And when we can't complain when we're not providing a complete application.
Right.
So,
and yet still we get delays. An example is the road. We got delayed by the DFO.
Yeah.
Even though I'm sure you had your paperwork perfect. Yeah. But they delayed us, and so therefore the community, that's my point, the community suffers as well. Not just the developer, not just the asphalt company, we all suffer from these delays. I brought this up as an issue. I wasn't really expecting a solution today, but I think it's something we ought to look at in the future, both of the issues I brought up today.
Yeah, again, I think this is something you and I can take offline, or perhaps I can direct you to the right avenue once I get here.
CEO Cook, our last thing we did, I think you had to pull permits when we renovated the health facility building.
Correct.
In your view, just an opinion, was the permitting process and inspection process, was it excessively long, or was it a frustrating, or did it proceed sort of as would be expected given the nature of the work that was requested?
Yeah, I think it went as expected. I mean, I know that there was some delays because again, they've seen staffing challenges, but it was well within the numbers that other builders and developers have had to deal with.
So for that project, which was village driven, there were a few delays, but not excessive, nothing like wait a year and come back. It was delays of, I'm gonna put words in your mouth. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong, weeks instead of months.
Yeah, I would say that's fair.
As to general characterization, so.
Was it easier because we were a municipality?
No, I don't think so. I think we're treated the same.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, having a priority project, it being a healthcare facility, perhaps may have seen a little bit more of maybe a lens on it, but we get treated the same as everyone else.
Councillor Fascio, at the regional district meetings, are you as a councillor there, are staffing challenges brought, is the regional district made aware of the staffing challenges and trying to staff up so they have a full complement of people to review permits and issue permits and the inspectors? Can you give us a sense of if that is a weakness or a challenge for them and what their plans are to sort of?
I can't get into the specific because it's obviously we're dealing with staff.
I'm
closed meetings.
But just generally, is
That's
there
what I read.
shortages in how they're
That's
working
what I
to-
just read out, which I received on the weekend, is in regards to, we have had staff problems
Okay.
out there. They've had that for a number, actually one of the receptionists that used to work here ended up working in the building departments because they were short-staffed in the regional districts. But they've had their ups and downs with building inspectors and with the actual people who have to review but it was at the time nobody else. The time the village couldn't find anybody else. District of Kent said no to us. We even tried to think, even hope, and we thought, well, let's try the regional district, and we've stuck with them since then. That's why I asked our CAO, has there been a major problem in regards to this? Because all I can say is they have staff problems. How long each process takes, we don't know that, because that doesn't come to us. That's to deal with these people. It doesn't come to us. So it's not something that's, I have to be honest, it's come up at a public meeting in the regional district regarding developers complaining to them about the time waiting to get a building permit.
Permits. I would presume the district has sort of a budget that would say may have, like, for example, 5 inspectors, and if you only have staff 3 at any one time because of turnover or retention,
That's right.
you're trying to recruit, and in that gap you probably get delays as a result of any kind of staffing challenges, turnover, retention. I mean, vacancies create delays, and so.
Well, the provincial government has come out with it themselves
Yeah.
in their regards to the housing. They've admitted it. We want to fast track it because we know there's delays because of it, not enough planning staff.
Planning and Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, I kind of think we're almost beating the horse here. Changes in 206, the riparian bylaw was upgraded. So everything we did from that was riparian. And then the next thing was the floodplain. So if you'll notice, there's some houses in Harrison that's got maybe 10 steps going up because of it. And then all of a sudden, shortly after, they changed it back.
No.
So you just have to go with the flow. I mean, it's happening all the time. And tomorrow, the provincial government may decide they want to do something different.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's hard to keep up to date, but I think we're doing a great job, and I think we've sort of,
Okay.
we've topped this one. Thank you, Your Worship.
There are challenges in the relying, like 26,000 to the regional district for permitting and inspections is, it's a bargain. Councilor
Mayor Talon, if
Yeah.
I feel this might
Right.
be coming to an end, and I just want to be
Yeah.
clear, because I think I've ruffled some feathers at this table. I'm just looking at procedures and processes, not the people. I have great trust in the integrity of the staff and knowledge and expertise of the staff. It's just a process that want to improve. We always need to improve processes and procedures and reduce red tape to make this village better.
Sounds good.
That's what the province has been trying to do.
Be careful.
Anyways, I believe in you guys. Don't get me wrong.
I see the time is 11:02. We are gonna move on to our next item, D, but I'm gonna suggest we take an 8-minute break and come back at 10 after so we can like have a physical change, fresh air and other refreshments when needed, and start at 10 after the hour. You started or see,
He's late.
he's late? Start without like
We've all been late, so.
cracking the whip. We have a full agenda.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this morning.
That's okay.
Well, I'll get us rolling again. We are at item D, which is Resort Municipality Initiative Project Priorities and Tourism Events. That's myself and Councilor Schweinbent. We're going to kick it off with a presentation from our Community Services Manager. So
Thank you, Mayor Fallon.
over to you.
Perfect. So Council requested an update on RMI projects. So I just have a brief presentation to highlight some of the background and exciting projects that will be coming. So there are still a few carryover projects. That was from the previous RDS term, which was 2022 to 2024. So it's the final phase of the concession or boat launch building, which will include some signage and washroom upgrades, as well as the final phase of our lagoon development project, which thanks to some interest that came in during this term, we were able to add a few other things, including a canoe kayak launch, upgrades to the plaza washrooms, and then we'll be looking at some other projects to enhance the connections between Rendell Park and the lagoon. There's also still some funding for Indigenous consultation and cultural infrastructure project, and this will be pending further conversation with Stahales as per the previous council resolution surrounding a cart toll. The village's Resort Development Strategy Committee determined the tourism projects and events for the 2025 to 2027 RDS term. This committee consisted of representatives from Tourism Harrison River Valley, Harrison Agassiz Chamber of Commerce, council, and village staff. This select committee held 5 meetings prior to staff submitting the RDS to the province for approval. A resident feedback survey was also hosted on Get Into It Harrison to gauge feedback on the proposed projects. While the RMI program is designed and set up to support tourism, there are also benefits and impacts to residents, so that is why the survey was hosted. So we've got 6 categories up here. So we have paid parking to enhance the visitor experience. So the infrastructure, there's $50,000, $400,000 for a splash pad, $250,000 for parks and trails recreational opportunities, $400,000 for streetscape enhancements, $50,000 for an interpretive signage project, and then events is a $90,000 contribution annually. So staff just wanted to highlight the splash pad with a few visual examples. This project will see the RFP process and potentially site prep work happening in 2026 with a targeted completion date of spring 2027. And then this brings us into discussions surrounding the parks and trails recreational opportunities. So just to summarize, there were 2 current council resolutions, one from the April 7th regular council meeting and one from a June 18th committee of the whole. So these resolutions came up after discussions surrounding the RDS projects. However, staff wanted to wait to submit any applications to the province until they were sure that the province had approved the RDS. So after that time, and after the then job action strike, staff met with an ALC staff member who provided some additional information on the application process, including the differences between the types of applications and the anticipated timeline for processing applications, which a rough number was 6 to 8 months given. As there were a range of proposed activities, the ALC staff suggested that a non-farm use be the first approach and application that the village does. This would provide more flexibility and would allow for more amenities rather than just the formalization of trails that would be allowed in the transportation and utility use application, as it's called. So dog parks, disc golf, amenities like a washroom building would all require the non-farm use application. So that was the ALC staff member's recommendation, would be to start with that. And if there are any concerns with any proposed projects or anything like that, then we could always look to do to shift back to the other one.
Mayor Talon, if I may, if you don't mind, Kristen, just asking while you're at it, because that brings to mind, so basically there's 3 functions or parcels that you're looking at. Did we submit that as one application, or can we tease them apart?
Community Services Manager, some
Thank you, Mayor
details
Talon.
and specifics.
There are 2 parcel IDs that we're looking at here. One is a village owned and one is a Crown grant for recreation. So both of those, the staff at the ALC did suggest that we could do one combined application.
Okay.
This will lead into the next. So there is a proposed council resolution for council's consideration today. And so this would combine the intent behind the previous 2 resolutions that staff are sort of just sitting on right now, and would allow staff to submit one application to the ALC for both those parcel IDs. I just have one more thing and then we can.
Okay, yeah,
open for
just
discussion.
hold your question, Councillor Smiley.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. So the ALC does have guidelines that the village would have to follow from the beginning of the application process. I just wanted to touch on that any and all provincial requirements would be followed and project scope would adjust according to permissions granted and budget considerations as we progress.
Councillor Smiley, question.
The one ending with 123, which one is that? 891. Mayor Talon, what I'm getting to is these are 2 very different specific projects. One, I think, is for the dog park. The other, I think, is for the this potential disc golf. And I don't know that we should package them together as a resolution.
Community Service Manager.
So just to clarify on that, if both of those would require a non-farm use application, so the only one that would require a different one and not a non-farm use would be just for trails. You can't do dog parks, washroom buildings, disc golf, any other sort of more like enhanced recreation opportunities on the trail.
Okay. Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Thank you, Christy. If we vote to make this application, we were not committed at this stage to any use of it. That sort of like if it was like, for instance, a dog park, then that would still come back to council for approval. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Through you to Councillor Vital. Yes, I believe that would be the process. We would sort of come up with sort of like a plan, anything that's required in the application itself to go. And then after that, when it comes back, that's just sort of, we grant permission from the ALC, which is just sort of like the one step in the overall process. And then of course, any changes could be made at any time throughout.
Okay, there just has been a lot of chatter in the village that things are absolutely been approved and set in stone, and I just wanted that clarification that that still the ultimate decision would come from council. So thank you.
That's my understanding as well, Councillor Vital, that this is an application to see if council in the village wanted to proceed with one or more of these activities or uses of this land, it's permissible. So it's no use. It's just expanding the scope of what might be
It's
possible.
just the first
Yeah,
step in the
first step,
process, that's all.
Councillor Pacho.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank Trustee, the usual excellent report, and all we're being asked for here is for a authorization to submit a non-farm use application. Does that need a motion from this committee?
I think this, there is a recommendation that we.
I'll make that motion, Your Worship. Doesn't need a second, does it, committee of the whole?
Sure. So there's a move by Councillor Fascio, the recommendation that we have under D here. Councillor Schweinitz.
Yeah, I think it would be important to know which ones we're applying for. Are one of these for a hypothetical operations yard? Or is that, we're not talking about that right now?
Can you clarify?
Thank you, Mayor Talon. No, that is not.
And if this resolution passes today, to Councillor Vidal's point, I just want to clarify, and we do in 3, 4, 8 years get a non-farm approval, can we change that from disc golf to more passive trail building, or nothing at all? We must say society changes, our opinions change, and we say, you know what, thanks for the approval, but we're out, we're gonna do something else.
Community service, can you clarify what approvals we're seeking for the non-farm? Is it just general non-farm use, or is it limited?
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Staff will need to be sort of sending like a proposed map and proposed areas. And then from that point, they're estimating 6 to 8 months. So I would even extend that time frame for when we would hear anything back from the ALC. And then from that point, then there would be, of course, other steps that would need to be considered. And while this project was approved in the RDS, if things shifted through the ALC approval, then we could go back to them and have that conversation there. So there's definitely still room for changes, and yeah.
So essentially,
it will be a longer.
It's a long. So essentially, even if we approve this today and the application goes out before the new year, we're thinking next Christmas we might know whether or not the application has been approved or not. And if simply the application is approved, then it'd be up to the next council to decide what they would do with that, if anything. Councillor Schweinman.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Yeah, just to expand on my question, so we would not be bound to disc golf as an example. Is that word even on the application?
It will be, because it would be starting.
As
Go ahead.
Okay.
So it would be, because we would have to sort of come up with like an area map of proposed
Correct.
potential opportunities. But nothing, this is for the ALC. So technically this is supposed to be dedicated farmland according to the ALC. So whenever you want to look to start to do more recreation in there, even though it gets confusing because the one is a Crown grant for recreation. But anything sort of formalized aside from the passive recreation, then you would need to follow this process with the ALC.
So if we decide, thank you, Mayor Talon. I just want to clarify. So if we decide in a year, or new council decides in 2 years, whoever may be here, that, hey, they'd rather not do disc golf, they want to do wildlife interpretive signs or a First Nations interpretive trail, something more passive, less environmental degrading, they could make that decision and do that. We're not bound to do the disc golf.
Potentially, we would need to go back to the province for the RMI funding portion of it, but there would be nothing holding anyone to.
Yeah, this isn't a final decision to proceed with anything.
Yeah.
Other than
Just
decision to proceed for an application
That's
for a
it.
non-farm use of 2 parcels of land.
Because to be honest, I mean, you can sense from my questions that my opinion has changed on disc golf. I mean, I've looked into some of the disc golfs around Canada and North America. I don't see them widely used. They do clear a lot of forest, which may be an advantage, but maybe a future council might like to keep it as a passive, intact, natural environment. And I just want to make sure that a future council will have that opportunity.
This is an application to use it. There's no final decision on this. That's what I understand. I know we all had the benefit of Ms. Phipps' presentation at our last council meeting. I'm looking forward to, I know that was a truncated or abbreviated presentation she gave us, given the limits, time limits on our council meetings. So I'm looking forward to looking at the larger presentation that I think she had in her back pocket, and hopefully that'll be shared with us when we review it. What I did here at the council meeting gives me a few things to think about. I found it initially, and I need to look at it much closer, and I'm hoping the benefit of the larger presentation will sort of expand on some of the things, the points that Ms. Phipps was making. But I found it difficult to reconcile some of the points that were made in that presentation with what I understood about several subjects, including fire smarting, Indigenous rights, the cost, and I don't know if people like disc golf. So I was having a hard time, and amongst others. So I was having a hard time reconciling some of her conclusions and points with what I understood from other types of things. So I think we have a long time. We likely have a year before wrestling with any decisions whether to proceed with a disc golf or with other uses. But I would like the benefit to look at that report more and try and understand, reconcile some of the sort of surprising things. If I understood correctly, particularly when it comes to the species at risk, my takeaway was that nothing should happen in these East Sector lands, including trails, because these species at risk require just being left alone and having areas where they are protected and not left alone, that the area is left alone. But then I find it hard to reconcile that with the East Sector, the recreational grant and underlying that. So I'd like to understand more the species at risk, which ones are in there, and if in fact any development, including trails, are advisable based on the species at risk that Ms. Phipps identified. That this is key habitat for. Councillor Thatcher.
Thank you. Just I want to get into this. Ms. Phipps's, I've read it as well. Her interpretation, a lot of stuff is a lot different to what we've had given to us over the years in regards to that area. For example, I'll use the East Sector Spirit Trail that was put together by the regional district. I went through an assessment and a First Nations status were involved in that as well regarding that area. So she did a wonderful presentation, the lady, but what her portion of what I read of what she has written to what we have done and know is a lot different. And I believe the correct acreage is a little bit out of line as well. That's only a small thing. But what its uses are for what we know it can be used for appears to be a lot different. And there is the Green Legacy Society many years ago put together a park in Harrison. There it identifies all the species, all the fauna, all the trees, every single thing you can think of in that East Sector is all identified and is called a park in Harrison. And that was put together by the Green Legacy Society. And we used to have friends of the forest as well over the years. I hear Ms. Phipps wants to get that going again. So that used to be in place. So yeah, I'm just a little bit, like you've just said, a little bit confused with what has been written by her and what we know and what we've been able to do over the years. But anyway, I'm in favour of this anyway, if we're ready to vote.
Councillor Fineman.
In its current state, without this authorized, are we able to do any forestry in there, wildfire abatement type practices without a non-agricultural farm?
Community Services Manager.
Yeah, I was going to get into this a bit later, but I'll touch on it now. So I'll just refer to my notes. When we went through our fuel management prescription in Spirit Trail, there was a number of environmental considerations that had to be followed, and the same thing would be true anywhere in the East Sector, anywhere on Crown lands. So those included archaeological and cultural heritage resource considerations. There was feedback from aquatic biologists from the Ministry of the Environment, and there were requirements for work that we were doing to be conducted outside of the nesting period. So those are all things that the village followed, all the environmental processes that are in place. It does add time and formal reports, but the way it was with that field management prescription, the registered professional forestry team conducted all of that work and handled that as part of their development of the field prescription. The one is the Crown grant, so it would follow similar processes as we did with Spirit Trail, I believe, for any kind of fuel mitigation work.
So I think the answer to your question is maybe, but we'd need permits.
Yeah.
And we'd have to do studies, get the permits, and have the authorization to do pretty much anything in the East Sector lands. We need authorization from others, and there's permit.
Right. And yeah, Mayor Talon, if I could, I'm supportive of this resolution, but I'm not in support of really changing that environment there much in any way. I would maybe only support this resolution because in 5 or 10 years, maybe we want to do an interpretive trail for Indigenous or for environment or species. And this non-farm use would allow us to expand that trail system. But I wouldn't be in favor of any more any disc golf and that sort of thing.
Any other comments from anyone? Call a vote on the motion. All in favor? All right. And we will get an application and we will find out if it's approved and if it's questions we have to answer for another council at another time. All right. Anything? Keep going, community service.
Thank you. That was my last slide. So I was just going to maybe pop back over to here though, and just sort of open it up as I didn't know exactly what Mayor Talon, yourself, and council was looking to discuss in this topic. So I just wanted to maybe bring it back here and see if you had any other questions on the RMI program or projects that I can help with.
Councillor Vital.
Thank you. If you could just, Christy, expand on the streetscape enhancements and the interpretive signage, sort of like the scope of it and where in the village.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Through you to Councillor Vital. The streetscape enhancements is largely going to be supporting the Lillooet West streetscape plan. We are also hoping to swap in a few site furnishings further down on Esplanade that were not able to be completed in a previous phase there. And then the interpretive signage, this will be sort of a multi-year project as well. But this one is looking to, in the draft Parks and Trails master plan, because it was draft when we submitted this, now finalized, there was noted a desired increase in wayfinding opportunities. So that would include interpretive signage near recreational amenities and linking points of interest throughout the village, especially like now that we have the new Sasquatch Museum here, and just so that often people just drive right in, they'll go to their hotels, and then so to sort of link those sort of pieces, some more signage infrastructure indicating where Spirit Trail is, and those sorts of things to just sort of increase that, and then ideally be working with some land-based knowledge as well from Stehelas and including that into the signage.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Patrick.
Just a quick question for you to Christy. So that signage is the 2 new posts that are already on the beach. There's 2 of them on the outer north side of the beach, and also the ones that used to be in the plaza. Is that part of the interpretive signage?
Yeah. Community Service Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Those were already sort of in a project plan prior to this. So ideally, we will get something in them sooner than later, which I feel like was the question.
I'm hoping we can have a council-to-council meeting with Stehelas in the new year. Chief Paul and I spoke about that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
And I mentioned the opportunities for working with Stehelas on signs explaining the source of the hot springs or other parts here pointing to Echo Island, places that are important to them, and explaining the culture and the history of these places in the village. I think a lot of residents are interested in it.
Like it. Yeah.
Be a fun project to work on. Kind of jealous. Any other questions on this slide? And Councillor Schweiman, yeah.
Splash pad, we were looking at that the other day. We'll do it in such a way that it won't interfere with a potential dike upgrade. Probably an obvious question. I just wanted to ask it. Yeah.
It's a good question. Yes. All right. Any other questions? Thank you for your money. Yeah. Thanks for that. That's good. And, yeah. Lots of exciting things happening in the village. The pay parking, the streetscaping events, all that. It's, to plug in the RMI funding we use very well, and it provides a real benefit to the village as a whole, and it takes the burden off taxpayers to do some of these things because it's a grant. So, and it does enhance tourism.
You hear that, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah.
It does take the burden off our taxpayers to provide for visitors.
Actually, if I may, Mayor Talon, Councillor Jackson was telling me the other day about how much RMI funds have provided for this village over the last 14 years. And what was the number?
Well, between the RMI and the tourists, it's at 15 million.
Wow.
$50 million of built infrastructure. Or
investments into events and infrastructure.
That not only tourists benefit from, but all residents.
That's a great
Yeah. Fantastic.
free money, I call it.
It's coming from somewhere.
Yeah.
I think from the hotel tax ultimately.
Yeah.
We're getting to item E on our agenda, and to check, it's 11:35. I know we have lunch scheduled at noon. I think we can jump into this, and if we don't finish, we'll pick it up after our lunch break. But Councillor Fascio, boat launch revenue and use report.
Mine are all quick.
All right.
Yeah, I just asked for the revenue and the use of the boat. It's on page 1 there. 23, 24, 25. I see last year was 14,000. This year is 18,646. It's a larger profit. Of course, the highest was in 2023. But how did the what do you call it? What do you call
QR code.
Did that work? I noticed from the bylaw report that not everybody was being as honest as they should have been. So did we lose? Would you happen to know if we lost a lot of revenue?
Through you.
Yeah, and maybe add into the question. That's a good question, because how we enforce this to use the boat launch, I'd like some clarification on that. I believe it's through the parking side, but tell me about the QR code. I used it and it was super simple and we're bang, done.
We realized that there's some, we learned a lot this year. Perhaps there was some revenue lost because of the signage wasn't appropriate. We're gonna definitely beef that up next year. You can see by the numbers how they drop off significantly. But still our revenue is up there, so that's positive. So from the enforcement side of things, our bylaw officer would go through and monitor, and then obviously we'd when the boat launchers had the operator there, they were obviously on top of ensuring that the people were paying and following the process. So this next year, I think we'll see a significant jump in our, ensuring people are going to actually pay with our improved signage. And
the enforcement side is, let's say it's a Tuesday in August and the operator, it's not staffed. The boat launch building isn't staffed. The enforcement side, it's through the parking? Do I understand correctly? Then if our bylaw officer checks and if you don't have you haven't got a pass that you put somehow or it's registered to your license plate, it's through the parking sign that you would get the ticket, not necessarily our bylaw officer standing at the boat launch, watching a boat retrieved or launched, and issuing that
Yeah,
corporate officer, yeah.
Sure, I think,
Yeah.
yeah, they had a portal, is my understanding, with the boat launch operator, where they could check the license plates.
License plate is difficult.
Okay, and so if they have been found not to pay, then what is the process? The bylaws would contact the individual or they'd be given a
Just fix it
ticket?
right on the vehicle.
Okay,
That was last summer, our bylaw officer was doing that in, I guess, the boat launch parking lot.
They've always monitored the boat launch
Yeah.
parking lot. It
Yeah.
wasn't part of the paid parking.
Paid parking.
But the process by which, because it used to be the physical tag.
Yeah.
Right, so that's the only change between this
Okay.
season and previous.
Okay, Councillor Swanson.
So did these numbers reflect the fines that might have been issued?
No,
But they
These
don't,
are the passes that were issued
these are just
for,
passes?
yeah.
Yeah. With
I
the-
don't have that information offhand. There will be a final report to council for the year for
Mhm.
bylaw enforcement, but it wasn't a lot. For the most part, I think they found that, especially when the operator was there, which is peak time and every day, that people were paying appropriately for the most part, but it is in that kind of off time when there's no one there, but we are still charging the fee.
Yeah.
There's definitely instances there where people aren't paying.
But, you know, I've often wondered why, you know, busy day or not busy day, there are trucks and trailers parked along the highway here in front of the boat launch. And I don't think they've paid. I think they've launched, parked over here, so they don't have to pay. And I don't know that we've ticketed them. I mean, I don't know. That's why I asked that question. There's got to be lost revenue there. I'm grateful that we are now going to have 1.5 staff members looking into this next year, so I think it'll be better, but I think we're missing a lot of revenue as well.
Yeah, thank you, your worship. I think the challenge is that's highway property. I mean, obviously, if we're seeing it as a regular occurrence and, I mean, we hope that they pay their launch fee. But I don't know that we'd be able to or would be interested in, because it's usually about 3 or 4. I don't see.
Sometimes on a Saturday, there's 15 trucks and
Oh, is there?
trailers. Oh, 100%.
And the parking lot is empty or?
Well, there's
full?
room.
Okay.
Empty, but there's room. So I've often wondered, so do they pay? Why aren't they
Yeah.
parking where they should be? And also, if they're gone for several days, are they paying per day in the parking lot? They are. They should be anyways.
You can see on the page 1 table, there's extra parking. So if you stay overnight, you pay an additional fee.
So just to clarify on something you said, Tyson, since it's a provincial highway, do we even have jurisdiction to send our bylaw people there to ticket?
Depending on the situation, yes. I mean, I know we have in the past.
So with the portal that was mentioned, there should be zero tolerance. If they've launched their boat and they parked on the highway without paying, it's an automatic ticket.
I
Am I wrong on this?
The only weakness is, and I could see an easy defense is, just because I have an empty boat trailer parked on the highway doesn't mean I used your boat launch.
exactly.
Prove that I used your boat launch.
Well, then we put up signs, no trucks and trailers allowed on this, like, I don't know, it's gotta be a simple
Corporate
process.
officer, do you have any?
Sure, yeah, thank you.
You're much more familiar with the enforcement side than I am.
No, you're right. We've noticed that too, that there's trucks and trailers parked along Rockwell Drive, outside the marinas as well, in the little space between the marina fence and Rockwell Drive there. Again, very difficult to enforce. We have to witness them basically launching the boat and prove that they've not paid. So that can be a bit of a challenge. It could also be that they don't want to pay the additional parking. So they might have purchased their day pass to launch.
Yeah.
And they just move off and park elsewhere so that they don't have to pay every day to park in that boat launch. So say they're going up for a week, they may have paid to launch. They just don't want to pay for a week of parking. So that could be it as well. When our bylaw officers see an empty truck with a boat trailer with no boat on it parked along the highway, the only time they would be able to issue a ticket for that is if they have some other parking violation. So parking close to a fire hydrant, adjacent to a yellow curb. That's the only time that we can prove that an offense took place. So there's definitely a potential for some lost revenue there, but it's very challenging to prove.
Well, we gotta stop this loophole. I'm not a boater. I don't, they have to pay. There's got to be something that we can do either with cameras or bylaw or signage saying strictly no trucks and trailers allowed parked along here. We have to stop this. We're losing revenue and it's causing problems for the residents and unsafe area around that. We talked about a crosswalk there. That's what makes it unsafe. It's so constricted and constrained there. There should be strictly no parking of trucks and trailers there, in my opinion.
Councillor Fascio.
I think, only from my personal observation, is that they do pay, but they're not paying the additional parking. That's why they're parking on the boulevard.
Yeah.
And it's until those two developments are built there, then that will make a big difference. That boulevard won't be used. They're not obstructing traffic on the road by doing that. That's the main thing. They're not obstructing traffic. But only from my observation, I've seen them pay and then take their trailer and park it outside, or even come all the way and park it over here in our vacant lot. But the good thing is, considering that before the regional district took over this contract, we've had other contractors over the years since I've been on council, and we've made very little money on this whatsoever. If we were lucky to make even 10,000, we were very, very lucky. So this has proved very good with the regional district for all those years. But even so, with the numbers down, we still made $4,600 more than 2024 with the new contractor. So from that perspective, 18 grand is 18 grand. So that goes. I believe we're having a reserve now.
Yep.
For the boat launch.
Yep.
So that's go toward repair. That's all I have to say on it, Your Worship.
I agree. We should try and not have people use the boat launch without paying, as it is there. Is the boat launch fee year round or is it seasonal? Could you clarify that? Because I've had people ask me and I went, I'm actually not sure what the answer is. Community Services Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. I think it may have been a bit unclear before because since you could only pay in person, it was only charged when Fraser Valley Regional District staff was there. By switching our model this year, it is intended, I believe, to be full-time.
Year round, okay.
So that is sort of the way it's going right now. They still have their signage up there. And I was just going to comment as well. So when we make the shift to the new pay parking program, that will be its own zone. So it will all be there. Whereas before our bylaw staff were having to go into the portal that the boat launch operators had set up. Whereas now it'll all just be in one place.
Okay.
So that will increase the ease of which that they are checking those boats and trailers there as well.
More efficient.
Yeah, be a bit more efficient.
Perhaps just pulling from the last subject, perhaps we can encourage people to pay their boat launch fee and retrieval fees with some proper signs. And I know we had a signage budget from the last item, and maybe something that says we're watching you and please use the boat launch. But a season pass is very affordable, and then you can use it year round, and it comes with the parking year round as well. My experience with the boat launch and parking is that the parking is so good and so convenient right by the boat launch. People don't drive down the street somewhere else to park because it's less convenient. Only if they're maybe on the water for a week or so and trying to avoid the extra charges. And I've had it this summer where all the parking was taken and then had to park in front of it.
Is that
nice neighbor? Oh, yeah, that happens. So on summer weekends. So that's a good thing that it's getting fully used. But
I think the situation we're in, Your Worship, is it basically is only the long weekends and weekends where we get this extra traffic that's parking. Otherwise I think it's 55 spaces on the boat launch parking. And then you've got the center section on Esplanade. So other than that, you may get the odd ones like Councillor Schweinberg says parked on the boulevard, but it's just those the heavy weekends. And providing they're not obstructing the traffic or not obstructing somebody's driveway, it's something we have to put up with, I'm afraid, unless we put a big sign up, boat launch closed for the day.
No,
You might imagine what happened then. You can imagine what would happen then. So it's one of those situations. We're a small community with a very, I think it's obviously more popular than Cortes Lake because of the size of the lake. Is much, and we have a good run facility as well there. So people, they prefer that. So I think it's something we have to put up with. I mean, this parking situation is not getting into that.
I've used it. I do buy the season pass. It's super convenient and it's very reasonable, and it allows you to launch anytime.
Yeah.
And the parking is great. And I, for reasons that defy understanding, decided to go out on the lake on Canada Day or something, a super long weekend. And I decided to go at noon. And I must say that the boat launch operator did a great job, and everything moved quite quickly through the boat launch. And even though there was a few boat operators that chose that day for their first time to put a boat in the water, and it seemed like years, and they were struggling with the lines and trailering and backing up, but it all worked. It went well, and it's nice to see that we actually had a profit after the contract fees as well. Councillor Schweinman.
Thanks, Mayor Town. On the profit point, I'm very grateful to see that despite we're really reduced volume that we've squeezed some money in. It's so good for staff. But I'm curious if there's a theory as to why we're down, upper 20s in terms of percentage wise on the day passes. Is it the economy? Is it the weather? Is it something we're doing from a customer interface point of view that we can improve? Any theory there?
Community Service Manager, any insights?
The main one that we looked at is the day pass. The other one is extra parking, and that could have many variables of a second vehicle going with someone on their boat and parking there, or a cabin stay. So there was that decrease there, but we did not receive any negative complaints this year. Staff are quite happy with how the process seemed to go and how that customer and guest interaction was at the boat launch. So anything else would just be trying to make guesses about what people are doing with their time, and maybe boating is.
I thought it was great in the sense of I think the boat launch with the improvements and the parking is fantastic. And I think I even saw the boat launch operator said, yeah, and after you've retrieved your boat, you can park here because you have parking for the whole day till 10 or 11 at night. Go have dinner in town. And I think it's fantastic that the boat launch is there, supports that, and becomes sort of use Harrison Hot Springs as the key entry point to the lake, whether you're power boating or hopefully soon to be launching for your kayak or canoes or other type of recreational types of things and tours and stuff.
The cheapest sport in the Fraser Valley. If you want to play golf, it's going to cost you 60 to 70 bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Here, was it 25 bucks to put your boat in the water? My God, that's a gift. We should raise the price. It's a gift. I agree. I mean,
stop this conversation right here. Councillor Vital's got an important point to make before you raise the boat.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. These figures reflect the boat launch, but I'm also curious if we have any figures on how well the actual concession did. I know we were going to try it for a first year. You may not have the figures, but I'm curious.
Anyone on staff?
Yeah, we had a discussion with the operator, and he said that the numbers weren't as good as they would have liked, but ice sales were very good. So,
ice sales,
yes.
I would imagine.
And again, for us, I think, and them, this was our first year with them as an operator, and I think there was a lot of lessons learned here, and I expect that 2026 will see a much better return from that.
I think more awareness and some signs that they actually have ice in those.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on this item? Councillor Jackson.
Over the years, we've had a tremendous number of expenses on boat launch, upgrading, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So is this number a net number? Or a number for after expenses are taken?
Can.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, thank you, through you. That's a great question. So this number wouldn't include overhead items such as staff time to repair and maintain the building and whatnot. But it's basically includes all the costs of operating the boat launch. And it does not include the contribution to reserves. So that would basically come out of the profit of this. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. Seeing nothing else, I'm gonna suggest, I see the time is 11:54, that we adjourn for lunch.
Yeah, so if you look at the agenda, there is, there's a handful of things there.
Yeah.
Which we'll have to just advise the public that pick up from there. There's F through H.
F through H and
Yeah.
then
We
all the
can-
way to O.
Yeah, certainly adjourn now, but we'll pick up where we left off.
Okay.
12:30?
For anyone watching online, we are adjourned until 1 p.m. and we will continue with the agenda at item F, which is the primary care unit report and update.
Lovely.
And we're back. Are we live? 1 o'clock. Back up. All right. Thank you, Tara.
Where do you go?
Pretty good.
Oh, I can. Okay. Thanks so much.
All right, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We are 3 items behind schedule. Councillor Schweinbetz, Councillor Jackson.
What's that?
We're 3 items behind our schedule, so we have item F to O to cover this afternoon. So F is primary care unit report and update. Councillor Faccio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I would just like to get an update on the primary care unit, how it's doing, how many. I've seen it open on a couple of days. I don't know whether they've increased it or whether she was. But before I do that, I'll do the whole thing. And also, is there some way after reading this thing from Colwood? I know I knew about it, but is there some way that we could broaden our advertising? I know you had the letter, a great letter that you put out for services, but if we could call for expression of interest, if we could broaden this more to see if we could attract, now we were told by Fraser Health there were going to be a couple of other services coming in there for support, and that hasn't happened, I don't think, yes. And also, could we broaden this incentive for other healthcare professionals or a doctor?
I know Christy has
That's
a.
the update.
Okay,
Christy's got a report.
now I'll leave it with Christy.
Thank you, Mayor Fallon. So Fraser Health has been getting busier at their location here at the health center. The nurse practitioner is seeing clients for full days now on Wednesdays. There was a time when she was only sort of booked up for half days and then was still in the space, but doing some virtual calls and things like that. But it is full days now.
For 1 day still?
For 1 day
All right.
still. However, we had some discussions with Fraser Health's primary care network staff team. So they're going to be welcomed into the space starting this month as well. This will include additional Fraser Health services such as physiotherapy and social work. So the plan to start is going to be working concurrently alongside the nurse practitioner on Wednesdays for the remainder of the year. However, we are actively talking about adding another day because the nurse practitioner is finding that she'll need all the rooms to have like the next client sort of ready to go. So as that nurse practitioner caseload increases, then we'll be looking to expand Fraser Health's day of services in the village to another day. As you noted, Councillor Flacio, we have our expression of interest out. We've also shared that with the Chamber and Community Futures and sort of as outward as we can, but I just got a copy of your example here from Colwood, so I'll make sure that we look into that and see if there's any other ways that we could be broadening our advertising. We also met with representatives from Agassiz Harrison Community Services and Work BC. who are interested in expanding their programming and having sort of an option here for clients to learn about their services. They even mentioned that there could be potential for signing up for the food bank, providing pickup opportunities for those who may struggle to get transportation out to the food bank in Agassiz. Work BC, they would like the opportunity to have a space here to work with local clients who are needing those support services that they're looking for, as well as some counseling and things like that. So we are looking at finding ways to support those initiatives here too, to increase the use of the space and bring some more certain, much needed different types of health services to the residents.
Oh, that's great.
That's great.
Any idea, was there any indication of how many numbers they've gone, how many from Agassiz or Harrison?
I don't know for
Oh,
sure, but I
okay.
can follow up with them on some more statistics.
Thank you. Great news.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Nice to see it start and slowly gaining some momentum in lots of different ways.
That's all I
Councillor
want.
Schweinmetz.
Thanks, Mayor Talon. Sorry, Christy, just clarify, is physiotherapy coming in in addition to Wednesdays?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor
And then one
Challen.
other question.
Through you to Councillor Scheinman, so that would be through Fraser Health. So it would be those that are like referred through the primary care network of services. So it wouldn't be like, this example isn't like a private practice physiotherapist, sorry.
Okay.
So it would be sort of
Refer.
the same
Okay.
referral process through Fraser Health.
And sorry, Mayor Talon, through you to Christy, have we had inquiries from other healthcare professionals over the last few months to provide services there? I had understood, I thought that some had applied or inquired at least to provide services here. How's that going?
Go ahead.
Thank you. We did have one sort of like a private practitioner come and view the space. And then nothing further from that one at this time. And then just some sort of more just like basic inquiries to date.
Okay, thank you.
Well, hopefully it gains momentum. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think, I understand from forgive me, I'm not sure the name, but the healthcare unit that Stahelis is establishing on, Lougheed Highway. I understand that they have a doctor that's coming in, and I thought perhaps, when we have the council at a council meeting, that we could expand that conversation with them, and perhaps maybe provide space here if, with the doctor.
That'd be great.
Councillor Vital.
Thank you. Yes, you're correct. Tyson, they've recruited a doctor from Seattle. I believe that's coming in February, I think, sometime. But I like your idea, and I think perhaps maybe we have council to council meeting or something like that, that we pursue almost that sharing of medical practitioners between the medical clinic in Agassiz, Stahelis's, and ours, rather than competing with each other.
Yeah.
Try to coordinate with each other.
And the lack of transportation along that corridor would really help.
Good points all, Councillor Vital.
That's a great idea, wonderful idea. The only thing is, the doctor that services, it's still the same lady, doctor services Seabird Island. She still may be living in Harrison, I'm not sure if it's the same doctor. But originally, she came to the previous building that we had here to set up. So I would love to set up practice in Harrison, but my clientele is so big now, Seabird Island. And I think this is going to happen at Stahelis, because they're covering up. They're going to cover the whole of Harrison Mills and the other reservations. That's a great idea to try if they could swap a day or two. That would be a wonderful idea from that perspective. Yeah, good for conversation anyway.
Yeah, good. We'll add it to a future.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, so the doctor in Seabird is that busy?
Oh yeah.
He couldn't.
Oh, it flew quite a bit. At that time, there was 19 people, residents from Harrison, going to Seabird.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't get a doctor in Agassiz.
Right. And that doctor in Seabird is not willing to come here for a day. Like if we approached her.
She came. She was going to set up visits. I would love to. She said. She came actually with a doctor from Agassiz.
Right.
He would like to set up, he said, I've got so many in Agassiz. And the doctor in Seabury said, yeah, my clientele is building, I've got too many on the go in Seabury.
Have we approached them recently, though?
No, I'm just saying at that
Maybe we
time,
should.
at that time, you know.
It's an option.
Maybe, maybe next time you're talking to Chief,
I think
Seabird.
I think the actual staffing is through Fraser Health, so I
Yeah.
think we would, I think,
It's
Probably-
Fraser Health that does it.
keep our lives simple is alert Fraser Health to perhaps some possibilities they may not have considered with sharing and using medical professions that are in the area. And know we're open to it.
yeah, great update, thank you.
That's it, that one.
We're all good. We can move along to item G, which is fuel mitigation in these sectors.
Just wanted to put forward, your worship, to staff, is that an ongoing annual situation? We're gonna carry on with the fuel cleaning of these sector lands, or is it done on a, when we can get a grant on this? I don't know what.
Yeah, so Christie will be able to fill you in further, but from what I understand is that there was a 1-year program for the work that was done in and
Okay.
around the existing trail. And I'm not sure if it makes part of our next year's Fire Smart grant.
Community service manager.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. So the fuel mitigation work that took place along Spirit Trail was actually just self-funded through council. Based off of our community wildfire resiliency plan, that sort of just highlighted doing that work. And then it also had a recommendation that regular trail maintenance and monitoring for fuel buildup should be a provision of the partnering agreement with FBRD. So I believe it kind of already is there, but it just sort of had been done to sort of maybe just not the same standard as when we went through with the formal fuel management prescription. So staff will review that agreement as well. As I touched on briefly earlier, that there are a lot of considerations for doing the fuel management work, and it is quite a longer length of time to when you want to be getting in there and doing anything outside of just sort of the day-to-day maintenance. So if we're able to address some of that fuel loading through the FBRD, that would be the best moving forward. And then the CWRP didn't make any other real recommendations on the larger span of the East Sector lands, just sort of prioritize that there.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Just one more question to Christie. Was there not a 2-year funding program, like 200,000 per year? Was that not going to be used for fuel mitigation? Or is that all gone towards Fire Smart representative that we have?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mayor Talon, through you to Councillor Facio. So we did receive the Fire Smart allocation grant, but however, we didn't put anything in there specifically for the East Sector or for those lands. It's more of the priority areas that we put in there were sort of the critical infrastructure and having Fire Smart positions. So that's where some of the funds for the village office siding came in. And then we'll be doing some other fuel mitigation work throughout the community, making sure that our critical infrastructure sites are well protected. And then if in the future terms, if the Fire Smart funding does continue, there is just a bit more of an elevated process even to do fuel mitigation projects sort of within groundlands or within the forest. There are also potentially some opportunities through the province, and there are some of their projects that they seek out opportunities for, but I haven't heard of anything specific.
And with the Fraser Valley Regional District, is it just conversation that you're having with them? Because we all pay, when I say we, besides all the other municipalities, Chilliwack being the highest, pay for the park requisition. Our portion is very small for park requisition. So I'm not sure how far would they get involved in fuel maintenance? Or is it just their area that they maintain that you're referring to? Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Right, yeah, through the agreement that we have with them for
Okay.
that specific rec site area.
Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. I was doing some research this weekend, and there's a new technology out of Nova Scotia. I think it's called BioBins or something like that. And it's basically a biodigester, and it turns all the wood waste in a community like ours into charcoal and fertilizer, basically, which can be spread back into the forest. So maybe that's something to look at. I'll send you the link on that. But maybe that would enable our community to do a sort of a made in Harrison solution instead of waiting for all these other agencies to do it for us. So I'll send that to you. The other question I had is, there was a rumor going around, or some information going around, that the BC timber sales folks and the forester in the Chilliwack Forest District had declared our village sort of a wildfire mitigation zone. I haven't had any details about that at all, but I'm wondering if we need to start engaging again with the folks from the forestry industry to see if that's in fact the case, or if has there been any movement on that at all?
We have outstanding letters to BC Timber Sales that they have not responded to yet.
Really?
Yeah, so that's a little bit disappointing, and we did raise it with the minister this summer at the UBCM convention, and told something was forthcoming, but I guess we have to be patient. After all, they did ask us for our views on things, and we wanted some information before we could express our views and make an informed decision, and they haven't answered those very basic questions.
And Mayor Talon, respectfully, that was a year ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a year ago, they gave us, they were a delegate to us.
Yeah. Yes.
I can sense your frustration, and I'm frustrated too, because we don't have any answers.
It's difficult when you raise it with the minister, and months pass and you still haven't an answer to what I thought would be fairly straightforward questions, but perhaps are more complicated than we realize.
Yeah.
I look forward to the response.
I will note that not in Columbia Valley, but in the Tamahai Valley area, which is up the Chilliwack River Road, they've completed, that same organization has completed a wildfire mitigation project. So many hundreds of acres have been made safer for the community around Tamahai and other locations around there. Hopefully it's something we can pursue with them in the future.
Well, hopefully we'll get an answer early in the new year. If not, we'll probably put it in our calendars to prompt them that we continue to wait patiently for answers to our questions.
In the meantime, let's clean our gutters. Okay.
All right. Anything else on item G? If not, we'll move to item H, wildlife proof garbage bin replacements.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Installing wildlife proof garbage bins is one measure which can be effective and help reduce conflicts with bears, raccoons, coyotes, and other wildlife. Standard bins make it far easier for wildlife to access the bins, which can result in repeated encounters with wildlife and pose a safety risk to our residents, to visitors, but also to the animals. When garbage is adequately secured, it helps to reduce wildlife's association with food. And it potentially means fewer encounters and fewer calls to conservation officers. Wildlife-proof bins also keep our public and park areas cleaner. They help to reduce garbage spread by wildfire during the nighttime. Because of the number of visitors that we do see in our community, I think maintaining a clean and safe environment isn't an option. It's absolutely essential. I do believe that wildlife-proof bins do reflect what residents expect and what they have asked for, that we must coexist with wildlife which surrounds us. while keeping our community safe. Wildlife-proof bins are a small investment with long-term benefits for residents, visitors, and for public safety. I do think it's important council consider including these bins in our upcoming budget discussions. And I do know that they are on the expensive side. So what I'm suggesting is we look at a phased in approach with them, maybe over 2, possibly 3 years. So I just would like council to consider that when we enter into our budget discussions, which I think is going to happen shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe some information about this, just to make sure I understand. This is not village maintained garbage bins. This is residents garbage
No,
bins.
this I am asking for on public spaces initially and in
Okay, so
our park.
Bear proof, or to start with village owned and maintained garbage. Bear proof. Some are, some aren't. Is that right? And then is it also to go to residents garbage bins, or is it just the village one?
I think we could make an option for residents if they wanted to purchase their own, then they could do that.
Can we seriously get some information for us, what we're looking at here?
Thank you, Mayor Talon. So just for a bit of background information, the wildlife resistant, as they call it, bins, similar to the ones that we have at the beachfront, but now they have a foot pedal instead of the hand. But those are approximately $3,300 per bin. It's estimated, because we're just not entirely sure the last time our GIS map was updated, but that there are currently 21 wildlife resistant bins within the village, 41 wire mesh, and 12 in ground. So currently these public garbage bins, this year we did have some incidents where bears were able to get into them.
Yeah.
There's also been numbers of discussions with operations and the public works team about the misuse of the garbage bins, which then are causing more attractants to be placed in them. So based on sort of what Councillor Vidal said, and depending on where council collectively would like to go, I think that staff would be happy to come back with and sort of like an implementation plan proposal and sort of prioritizing some areas of the village where it would make sense to sort of look at phasing them in first, as well in talking with the teams, maybe some other ideas of other changes that we could make to sort of decrease those wildlife interactions that are occurring with the public garbage bins. I know from some earlier research, finding wildlife resistant bins that are movable to be able to go curbside are tricky. Some companies have sort of created something that just like goes on top, but other ones are very expensive for the homeowner usually as well. Most of the things that I've seen, it makes more sense to have sort of an enclosed structure where your bin could be housed. And sort of taking that step. I know out of the District of Hope, they worked with the high school there and they manufactured with wood, some like bear resistant cabinets, sort of, so to speak. Just because the cost of the bins themselves, and they have to go through such rigorous testing and everything to be able to brand themselves as that. But the industrial ones that the village would be looking to replace in our parks are quite resilient
And that's $3,300 per bin.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how many do you need to buy?
So that's a bit of a tricky question.
Okay.
So if you were to just look at, say, replacing the mesh ones, then it would be 41. But I believe that from the discussions that we've had, so later come up, I suppose I can just mention it now. There's often ones that are located specifically along Hot Springs Road that just get bags full of household or camping garbage placed in them. So I know the intent behind having the garbage bins was mainly geared towards like pet waste and things like that. Not meant to be a spot for anyone passing by to dump loads and loads of garbage. So we're just sort of exploring everything that's out there, and so I don't want us, kind of want the narrative to necessarily be that we need to replace 41 bins. I definitely think that there's some room for improvements and looking at the whole sort of system itself, and I think that would be sort of like a larger team discussion with the crew that are sort of more hands-on and improving that process.
Okay. Councillor Fatchio.
Just following up Councillor Vidal's comments about phasing in, I think if you had to phase them in, I think for me, if I would be doing the Coombe first. That's the obvious place where the little darlings are coming through, and you know that would be. Otherwise, Hot Springs Road will become the takeout garbage. Most of it that's not thrown into the ditch. But I think the Combes, if you wanted to phase something in, that would be a start there. So many maybe next year, then the following year, whatever the budget would stand for, obviously, like Councillor Vidal says, a budget item.
I also think Woods Park is a concern.
Woods Park, that one. Yeah,
Spring Park as well.
that's a good one. Thank you.
Councillor Fineman.
Thanks, Mayor Talon. Yeah, we spoke about this at the Environmental Committee. And, you know, you made the point that day that achieving Bear Smart is very expensive, very difficult, it takes a long time, but doing something like Councillor Fidel is suggesting is the low-hanging fruit, that the least that we could do. And I've got notes here saying that crows, ravens, rats, raccoons, etc. It's not just the bears, it's all the seagulls are terrible, you know, so we got to look at it for that, and I would be in favor then of a phased-in approach. I'd also say that on the residential side, if we truly want to be Bear Smart, then we're going to probably have to go with the model that other small villages do, and that is a centralized waste collection area. So there's no more curbside. Imagine how much money this would save us. No more curbside. Everybody goes from their garbage from the kitchen to a central, 1 or 2 central places in the village. It's locked in, it's fenced, it's bear proof, and we're done. And a lot of villages do that currently. I think we should do that too.
Councillor Fatchio.
I'm just going to say one word: good luck. Because East Saxo, like it used to be many years ago, would be the #2 garbage dump.
I'm not sure.
Getting people to walk to a central location, depending how far it's going to be, is not a bad idea. I'm not saying it's a good, bad idea, but I think it's going to be a very difficult one to at least the company that we have. I think what they pick up is tremendous. I mean, when I see the amount just of green waste alone, I mean, it could be up sometimes 10 bags out there. That alone, that's picked up just on its own, besides the organics and everything else. I think the system we have is wonderful for pickup. I don't think you're going to. I'm only talking about the environment, Mark, is that you're on the committee, but I think it's going to be abused, the environment, through that central 1 or 2 or 3 locations on the street for people to carry their organics and everything else, where, you know, imagine a day like today, walking to the central, you know, and then you've got to get the lid open as well, which is quite heavy for seniors. Anyway, I'm not. That's something obviously you want to bring forward to.
I'd like to have
budget deliberation. Obviously,
there's ways around that, and there's going to be education. There will be hiccups at the beginning, but I think with education and peer pressure and public knowledge, these things are not insurmountable, and it would save us a ton of money. I don't know what we spend on our solid waste management plan, but probably 300 or 400 grand, and we could really reduce that as well.
I would love it if it would save money. I would love to see the study that shows that. But Councillor Jackson, I think this is a complicated question.
That's okay. We did have a adopt a road program. We bought it in at 206.
Yeah.
And we turned Macomb from being a garbage dump to what you have today.
Yeah.
And the people that adopted roads, they Hub did that for 3 or 4 years, and of course, they did their duty. Unfortunately, we couldn't get anybody else to do it. But it was a community running thing to drop the road, and it worked really, really well. And matter of fact, next year in our Communities of Bloom, I'm gonna bring this up again, just to see whether or not it works in a practical day-to-day.
Mhm.
But there are ways to do it without incurring
Yeah.
too much cost.
Or we should look in, it's worth looking into. Bear Smart communities generally don't have curbside garbage collection. So that is, that's a reality for a Bear Smart community if you want to be branded that way. Dot all the i's, cross the t's. It usually doesn't involve any curbside garbage.
I think it's doable.
It's,
Yeah.
Nothing's impossible.
Yeah.
Councillor Vital, comment?
Thank you, Mayor Tell, and just, it seems, the last year or two, our residents have just become much more bear aware. And, hence that was, the development of our bylaw regarding when your refuge bins could be put out. Through you to our corporate officer, do you require a motion to move this forward, to include it in the budget?
Sure, I think, yeah, thanks. I think a motion for staff to just do some research for phasing in a multi-year phased approach for this and come back with some estimates would be helpful for us, yeah.
Okay, I'll make a motion then.
Moved by Councillor Vital. Any other discussion on this?
Okay.
I don't see any, so we'll call the vote. All in favor? Look forward to that report. Hopefully there's a bit of a volume discount if we buy 10 or 20. $3,300 each is something. That moves us down to finance, subheading and I. Deputy Mayor, and we have lunch. Skip lunch, yeah. Deputy Mayor Honorarium, Councillor Faccio.
Yeah, this is a brief discussion with our CFO earlier this year, or beginning of last year, that we should be, I think council should be looking at an honorarium in other communities for the deputy mayor, because he carries the same responsibility as the mayor. If the mayor's away or whatever the case may be, sick, away, or doing other functions for the community, that there should be, I think, a percentage of the annual wage of the mayor to go to the deputy mayor. So that's something I would like to be added to the budget discussions when we get to them. Is look at a percentage of whether it's a 2% or 2 or whatever the case may be, 5, 2, whatever works. That's reasonable. And then it should be probably backdated as well in some respect. But that's basically what I'm going to say. I think it's something that should have been done a long time ago, and I think that that should be in place moving forward. So if I would make a motion that this be discussed at the next budget deliberation regarding the honorarium for the deputy mayor.
Moved by Councillor Faccio. Discussion. Councillor Schwein.
Thank you, Mayor Tell. Didn't you guys do a study 6 months ago or a few months ago about all this, about council remuneration?
It was never discussed about deputy mayor.
Oh, it was.
This
Oh,
particular-
okay. Okay, I got my answer. And do you have a sense of what other municipalities and like-sized villages are doing?
CFO.
Yeah, through you. That's a great question. So we did some research on other municipalities in BC, similar sized, and just generally speaking, everybody does it a little bit different. So unfortunately, there was no that's the answer. A lot of municipalities do stipends for if there's an acting mayor. it kind of depends on the council as to when you want that to kick in. Like, is it if the mayor is gone for a weekend, does that kick in? It kind of gets to be a little bit administratively burdensome. Many municipalities are like a week or more, then you get the stipend. Some of it's percentage, some of it is literally the difference in pay. So there's a couple of questions that we would kind of need to flesh out. But yeah, that's outside of the whole remuneration analysis that we've been directed to do. Now we're in 2020, or we will be in 2026 shortly. So we'll be bringing that back to council early next year, but this is kind of a separate thing. So there's no like magic, but it is up to the council what they want to do.
Yeah. I think what Councillor Fascio, if I may paraphrase, what you're saying is, regardless if the mayor is away for the weekend or the week or the month or incapacitated, the deputy mayor of the term, or either of the term or we're doing it by quarter.
Quarter, yeah, 4 months.
Is paid a stipend. I think that's what you're getting at?
Yes.
Okay.
Or otherwise absent, I guess.
So
We
there's,
would have
I
to
understand
work
there's
with
two models. One is just a general bump for deputy mayor, and then there's maybe compensation if the deputy mayor is acting for the mayor.
Correct.
And because the mayor's unavailable or otherwise disposed.
Yeah.
So kind of two general models for compensation, and I guess everything, and then some communities don't, like us, and others do. So more information would be helpful.
Yeah, so one final thought on that is I guess the most constant thing that we saw is a stipend. So basically for the 4 months or 3 months or however it works out, there would be X amount of dollars that would be stipend, and that would cover any acting duties, any within that.
Or any attendance that was required at an event that.
That probably makes more sense.
Councillor
If I could, Mayor Talon, and I don't mean to change this, I'm supportive of what Councillor Fash was saying, but and this came up when we were discussing this a few months ago, and that is the councillors in municipalities in Ontario, as an example, they contribute into their pension plan through OMERS, the Ontario Municipal Plan. And I really feel like it's unfortunate that we don't have that in BC. I don't think any of them do, any municipalities. And I feel awful for people who put in sometimes decades of their lives and they can't get pensionable income through this. And I think that's a little bigger issue as well.
It is.
And I don't know if we can solve that independently. If we can, for instance, have politicians contribute to the BCGEU pension plan. I'm not sure.
Vital's got the answer to your question, and resolutions that were adopted by UBCM earlier this year.
Exactly, and we could continue to lobby to UBCM. This issue has come up, I believe, for the last 3 or 4 years as resolutions to UBCM. So I would encourage when, can't remember when the deadline is for Lower Mainland LG, I think it's the end of February, that we could discuss submitting another resolution requesting that UBCM lobby again to have elected officials have the option.
And also have the ability to participate in WorkSafe BC.
In WorkSafe BC.
Well, there's no CPP either.
Or CPP.
No CPP either.
Yeah.
And also the board.
You're not working, it's not a job.
And also they took, the federal government took away the one third.
Yes.
Yeah.
They took it away.
They took it away.
Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, off your taxes.
Yeah.
They took that away.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is, but why can't we contribute to or become staff here contribute to BCGEU through your why can't we? Like, let's just do it independently. I don't need to get paid anymore. I'm just thinking about the future and past politicians who haven't been able to apply their income, small as it is, towards pension and CPP. That right's got to be wrong, or that wrong's got to be righted. Maybe we can change it independently. I mean, why not?
Yeah, I think we want
And we don't.
We all knows exactly where this is going.
we don't do it for the money, but we do put a lot of time in, and at least it should go towards our pensionable incomes.
CAO Cook. do you have-
Thank you, Your Worship. I think, Councilor Vital already pointed out the appropriate avenue, and we got to keep lobbying the provincial government to make that change.
Thank you, Councillor Mott. Can we backdate it to 1994?
I hope so. I mean, why not?
It's a more
Yes.
complicated question. I think you'll find Councilor Schweinbenz, this is twisted into the benefits package for employees, which is why elected leaders are not employees, and it comes with work safe. It comes with other insurances, including the pensions.
Yeah.
Other benefits as part of the employment,
Yeah.
overall employment. So it gets tricky fast.
Yeah, Mayor Talon, if I may, I don't mean to be skeptical. I've only been in it for a short time, but I don't have a whole lot of faith that they're listening to UBCM or listening to us small people. That's why I think we just need to, if there's a mechanism to take the bull by the horns by ourselves, because you've asked for 15 or 20 years through the UBCM resolutions. Nothing's been done. And if we can look at the past to predict the future, nothing will be done. Another generation of politicians will be talking about this, perhaps.
Yeah. There is a motion on the floor for staff to return as part of our budget deliberations with some information recommendations concerning deputy mayor honorarium and maybe a couple of approaches. Any other discussion on that motion? I'll call the vote. All in favor? Carries. I'm gonna abstain. Which usually counts as a yes, but I'm gonna let council wrestle.
We know your feelings.
And I know council is always mindful of the overall budget, so I'm always happy that there's someone who's volunteered so far to be the deputy mayor and step in when I'm unavailable. So love to see that continue. Takes us to general administration. I think Councillor Schweinbenz, you are going to be. Do you want a glass of water or anything? Or we're going to dive right in.
I might need a shield.
My God.
Lagoon Health is the first one you have
I don't
here.
know. So I've written some notes here again. I mean, it's one of the most iconic features of the waterfront. It provides an expanded beach area for residents and tourists. It provides swimming opportunities for the brave, if you will, habitats for birds. It's a fantastic stroll, gathering place, lots of locations. And I just looked at the 2019 Lagoon Master Plan to see what progress we've made, and it's never looked better. You know, kudos to previous staff and council and the visions they've had. The gathering spaces, the walkways, the benches, the amenities are never been better, frankly. But what about the water? And I see two possibilities for improvement, if you will. The first one is the water. With the accumulation of pollutants, runoff, nutrients from the roads and areas, these things accumulate in the lagoon. It acts like a sump, and pollutants can't escape. And this has negatively affected water quality. We haven't really had any closures, I don't think, in the last few years. So from a health safety point of view, it's at least swimmable most of the time. I think we've had a couple closures. Okay. So it's water quality. It's reduced its effective depth because it's silting up. There's rampant weeds, as we know about, which are not only unsightly but dangerous and foul smelling. So I'm just wondering, is there something we can do to improve this reality? If it's aeration, can we, at least in a small way or a large way, open it to the lake, maybe underground through more effective culverts, or some kind of reconstruction, or even a true canal, which we can build a bridge over, somehow opening up to the lake. So that's my first set, and I'm happy to shut up now. We can talk about it.
Can we stop right there? I'm going to ask staff for some information about the Lagoon Health and what's done today. Can you advise on how often the water is sampled and what it's tested for? Anyone?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
So through the excuse me, the summer months, it is sampled once a week, and it's all of the information is placed on provincial website. Fails me what it is, but it's for recreational waters. Throughout the whole, from Vancouver all the way out the Fraser Valley, they post those numbers. So I believe it was 2022, could have been 21. We did install some aeration and with the fountain and everything, which has made a difference in the quality, because prior to that there were, and there are closures. It is an open body of water, and the fact of the matter is, when we get long hot spells, that's when the quality of the water will degrade a little bit. And a lot of it is too, is if wherever the sampling is being taken, like we can have the lake itself in worse condition than the lagoon. The challenge that I see with the suggestion about opening it up to the lake is that it would become one with the lake then, whereas we have different maintenance abilities around the water. So every time we would do something, every time we'd take a machine around there, we'd have to notify the province and get permission from the province to do any of the work. Emergency repair is obviously something different, but as soon as we open it up to the lake itself, then the environmental parameters change. So that's one reason why it was never realized. Opening it up to the culvert, or increasing the culvert, or opening a culvert or anything like that would be a direct connection. It is influenced. I mean, let's be honest, you can see the water come up, it comes up, and when it goes down, it goes down. But if we make it connected to the lake itself, then that will change our ability to do maintenance around the lagoon.
And sorry, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead.
just to seek clarification on that. I mean, that this is, maybe we should ask again. Like there's got to be something we can do, and if we can make the point that really what we're saying is, in the hot spells of the summer, it becomes a stagnant cesspool. It's dangerous, and we need to make this point to the Ministry of the Environment, whoever's involved, and find a way to mitigate this and to improve things. Again, or else another generation is going to be talking about this in 20 years. And I'm just wondering if we should instruct staff to investigate this again. So get the local representative from the ministry out here and say, what can we do? Because it's not working.
Even in August, when I go around the lagoon and I'm there, I don't find it to be a stagnant cesspool.
Might have been sharp words there.
Well, no, but I think it's important. I have been around contained. You've seen other places where you might get an algae bloom or other types where you get some unpleasant off-gassing from a stagnant body of water. This one doesn't seem to have those features. So I'm all about testing and making sure it's safe. And if there's a problem, we should address it. But I certainly there's less water, and in the lagoon in the summer when the lake level drops after the freshet in the spring. But if it's tested regularly and it's not tripping, now maybe you're thinking of testing for other types of things in the lagoon, but it's not sure. Community service manager, anything to help out here?
I just want to highlight something that even I wasn't as aware of. I went out to one of the beaches in Vancouver at the ocean this year. So in theory, maybe if it's like a larger body of water, then you wouldn't have these, but the beach was closed for swimming due to the water quality. I think that perhaps there could be improvements made on our signage and the way that we handle when a recommended closure is in effect. But even when I was at the ocean beach, there's a lifeguard coming around, but like they're still not physically stopping anyone, just making sure that everyone who's stepping foot in the water is aware that there is a risk.
I'm hoping the splash pad will be more a pleasant experience if you need to cool off in the summer once that is up and running. Councillor Fatcher.
Yeah, thank you. Just a bit of a background as an old timer here. Number one, Force Creek had worse water quality than Harrison. I think even the boaters with their oars were oaring stuff that shouldn't have been in the water. there. I think last year, except for the one closure, we had one very high reading, which was ridiculous. I think that was a mistake. But other than that, the quality of water was better in the lagoon than it was on the lake, according to the Fraser Health, which they put everywhere. Like it was 5 in the lagoon, it was like 15 in the lake. So that gives you some idea there. Back in the day, that's why when I was on the Parks committee, we put in the showers on the beach because of the swimmer's itch. The only thing that would stop the swimmer's itch we were told at the time was copper sulfate. Well, the environment won't allow you to put that in there, but it would stop that entirely. In 2000, when the sandcastles wanted to dredge more sand, they drained the lagoon, and then in order to save money on paying the environment every time to give them the okay to do that. And by the way, at the time the environment pulled over 400 fish when it was being drained. That's when the culverts at the east and west were cut off from the water coming in. So that was how that was being refreshed by the lake. Of course, the lake will only operate to bring in that fresh water, depending on the time of the year. Sure. If it's very low, you're not going to get any water coming through. Now, when we had the breach on the north side there, Craven Houston Powers designed what we've got now, and water does come in all the time, depending on the height of the lake. So there is fresh water coming in through that breach. You've probably seen it with all the rocks around it. Yeah, does come in there. So, and of course, like we've got the 8 aerators, which I think has made some improvement to the water quality. But except for what I've read on the social sites over the years, nobody's ever come up to me and told me to my face that it's a cesspool. I can't. I said, look here. I said, my kids or family have been swimming in there, and they never had any. Except if you got the itch, you go into the showers, and any problems, So, and except for one family, I think a year ago, that complained, it had nothing to do with the water quality. That the baby was sick, but it had nothing to do with the water quality. I've never heard much from the Chamber or Tourism Harrison that we're getting many complaints out of the office. If they do, I'm not sure, but they've never approached me when I was the mayor or councillor saying, Leo, that water is terrible. But I know one councillor that is sitting here today would like to see it totally drained and put in some nice park and recreation area in there. And so I'll let him speak to that. But no, it's an attraction. It was built in the 65s, the lagoon, 60, 65 somewhere, and it does attract people. Although in the very hot weather, as we've noticed, people are heading on the lakeside because it's colder, the water. But I haven't known anybody of having a major sickness through the lagoon. Unfortunately, the drownings have been because of medical or other reasons, unfortunately. And that's a terrible thing for anything to happen to a family, to lose a loved one. But that's been the problem. It's been medical, and I have approached families on the beach and said, look here, I said, bring your children closer to the sandy. I said, because it drops 23 feet in the middle there, and we've got signs. Depth has changed, the slope has changed, which is worse, but that's changed. So we've got all the signage. We had the person, what's it called, that when you pass away, checks on your body, what's it called? The coroner said you need more signage. So we've added more signage over the years for safety reasons. We had the terrible situation with the guys, 6 or 8 of them, that passed away and had the whole family here from Surrey. And they said, put signs all around the lake. So what's not, the lake's not part of Harrison, you know. So we've added more safety, plus the rings, safe to try and help, because we do not have lifeguards. So other than draining it, filling it with concrete and putting a recreation area there, what you get is what you get, I think. I don't think it's ever going to change, to be perfectly honest. But that's my spiel on it anyway.
The culverts that you mentioned, are they closed now?
They're still there.
But are they closed?
Yeah, you can't, yeah, they were closed.
You can't open them, eh?
Well, they can be open, I suppose. I'm not saying you
The
can't.
lagoon fills through, I think a word we'll hear more this week, seepage.
Yeah.
So it fills-
No, I know, just maybe more direct water, fresh water coming in would help.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I look at the lagoon and as when I moved here, it's a bit of a curiosity. But I think it's something that has potential to be a really sort of marquee attraction. And I'm hoping that when we get through this set of our RMI funding and we look at the lagoon, there's some thought can be put to having more fountains in the lagoon, or somehow turn the lagoon into a real feature that would attract people in the shoulder seasons with water or lights or fun things like that. If Vegas can do it in the middle of the desert and have people come out and watch it, then maybe we can have a smaller scale and turn the lagoon into a real feature. And I know Councillor Jackson was on the RDS committee with me, and some of his ideas also resonated to sort of really turn the lagoon into a feature.
Yeah.
But I'll let Councillor Jackson speak, because I know it could go lots of ways with the lagoon.
Well, if you open it up again, you're getting the fish back
Yeah, there's
in.
that.
And then now you have to deal with DFO.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with them.
No.
Well, from my point of view, it's not practical to have a lagoon that size. It just isn't. We can't manage it. If it was 3/4 playing field, I look to the future when there's going to be more and more children here. We have staff that have little children right now. They're going to want to play baseball and soccer and all that. We don't have a place for that.
Yeah.
That could be it. That would be the big attraction for Harrison, because you need to have hooks. And the hook is what's going to get them here. And I see it as an opportunity to really put Harrison in a position 10, 15 years from now to a very, very special place to come. Think about it. A beautiful lake surrounded by mountains. Hopefully, still some green space back here on it.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Yeah, there's opportunity and just probably decisions for a future council, and interesting. Councillor Schweinitz.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, that leads me to my opportunity number 2 that I wanted to talk about with Lagoon Health. So I struck out on the water thing, but my opportunity number 2 is, again, I looked at the 2019 Lagoon Master Plan. Kudos to staff and to the vision of council today to do what they've done. It's never looked better. But I'm wondering, even on that plan, there were some pictures and some ideas that weren't put into effect. We probably ran out of money. Large picnic covered areas, a band shell, filling in part of it. I agree. A lot of that is never used, and maybe we fill in a good portion of it. Areas that are covered and walled to protect from the wind and the elements. More stepping stones to provide access to the lake. That was a picture on, if you look at the 2019, they've got steps down to the main lake in certain areas. That didn't happen. We probably ran out of money. How about a pile bridge across the center of it? So all these ideas, and I'm just wondering if now's the time that we go to stage 2 of a lagoon master plan. Put some money, some ideas, some vision, maybe some public comment to it, and do the next step. What we've done is great. Let's keep going. That would be my idea. And I'm happy to do a motion to that.
Councillor Vital.
Thank you, Mayor Tell, and just listening to this conversation. Perhaps we should revise the master plan, bring it back to council for consideration. And Councillor Schweinbach, you're absolutely correct. I was on council when that master plan was done. And a lot of it was due to that lack of funding. So what was done was what council felt was the immediate needs, okay? I do agree that opening up to the lake would be not a great idea. We would have to deal, as you said, with DFO and with environment. And in order to have anything done, we all know what it's like sometimes dealing with ministries and trying to get things done and approved and permits. And we would also lose control of the lagoon, right? If, for instance, if we wanted to put in additional aerating, that would require permission. So what I'm suggesting is that we take another look at the lagoon master plan, and if need be, upgraded or yeah, okay.
I'd be supportive of that. I'd like to open it up to the public for comment. If I look, we talked about it earlier this morning about some plans potentially on the east sector. I'd rather put that money towards the lagoon and perimeter of the lagoon at least. I think it'd be a far better idea, and I think the province should accept the transfer of that money to as long as it's a tourism type thing, they let us put that money towards. So I would move that we instruct staff to dust off the lagoon master plan, maybe go back to the company that helped us, or let it out to contract to come up with another vision. Or before you do that, let's get the public involved for ideas.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Prior to that, what I would recommend is that you instruct staff to do perhaps a review of what it would cost, because it's going to have a budgetary implication. Maybe direct staff to engage perhaps the former consultant that did our review before and get an estimate of what would it cost to do that, and then we can bring back that during the budgetary.
Can we start a little smaller? Perhaps that'll help inform. Is just look at the 2019 Lagoon Master Plan and just get a summary of what was completed and what remains from that master plan, and if there's a financial element to the next steps, and then maybe start with that as part of our budget conversation in the new year. Just start small, and then if we want to, we'll have a conversation. We want to continue with the existing master plan or update it in some different direction, but at least know what was done and what was envisioned in 2019, and then make some informed decisions about if we continue on that path or do something different.
On the website, Tyson, I was looking at it this weekend, is really only the concept and the pictures. I didn't have the full report, so I don't know.
Community Service Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. I believe that is the full report, what is posted online, but I just wanted to let council know that we have a tracking spreadsheet from the master plans that we are always actively working on. So this one has notes already, so it wouldn't be a problem for a staff report to come back. When I look at the master plan, for the most part, some of the projects that were chosen not to go with were surrounding the area by the skating rink, because then those were found to just have other longer term financial considerations that maybe hadn't been fully developed at the time. As well, just to highlight sort of when these master plans come up, it is just sort of like a potential of opportunities, and then it's up to staff and council and budgetary restrictions to try and sort of piece it all together. But we'd be happy to come back with a report on what was just completed over, because we did fill in a portion of the lagoon as well, and just some of the highlights of what was done and completed last year and what remains.
A report like that in the new year, I think I find helpful. And looking at lensing ahead, it's probably incumbent to update it when we proceed with the dike project and how that unfolds, to make sure that the lagoon master plan and the dike project, we have sort of an overall sense of how things are.
I
gonna fit
I
together.
like the idea, review the other one,
Yeah.
because the actual getting into the nuts and bolts of that lagoon, you've got to stop the water coming from underground. So the whole place would have to be cemented if you were going to portion it off into a section of a smaller lagoon. Because there's the underground that comes through the mountain.
Yeah.
There's water.
Yeah.
Artesian,
Yeah.
runs right through here, so that's going to be stopped. If you're going to, like Councillor Jackson says, I mean, I believe it's 10 acres, that whole area. So if you want to shorten that, then you'll have to, that's a major hydraulical to take care of that. So I like the mayor's idea. Let's just review the previous and then pick it. I know at that time the people were dead against the bridge that Councillor Schweinbenz brought over across the lagoon. They were against that idea.
Sorry, just to clarify, because I think there's a motion on the table, but did the 2019 one include filling in part of it?
No.
Okay, because I don't want to leave anything off the table. All well and good that by June we're gonna get some, something back from you guys about what we haven't done yet, but I think I want to open it up to other ideas.
And that could be a good conversation to have down the road. For my own benefit, I'd just like to know what was in the 2019 plan, what's been achieved, what's left to do based on that plan, and then have a conversation about, do we continue using that plan to guide us, or do we modify?
Fair enough.
So I'd just rather start from a place of recognizing there was thought and consideration given into the 2019 with the master plan. So
The reason that's a very good idea, Worship, is that there's 10 months left in our term here.
yes.
And we got enough on our plate already to complete, if we can complete, within that 10 months. So this idea, just review this first before we get into it, because another council will come and say, no, we're not going to do that. So let's review what we got, and then put some recommendations forward, like Councillor Schweinbenz and Councillor Jackson were talking about.
I'm not Dutch, but I think we should go Dutch and reclaim some land. That's on the lagoon, so.
Right.
Do we need a motion to that effect, or is that sufficient to give me some guidance?
I think I had.
Sorry, there was a motion on the table, so just kind of based off the discussion. Sorry, I'll find it here, that staff be directed to review the 2019 Lagoon Master Plan and provide a summary of what was completed and is still outstanding.
Okay,
And in a timely fashion, so we can,
in the new year.
I don't mean to put pressure on staff,
So it's gonna be a larger, Councillor Jackson, much larger conversation.
Well, just,
Thank you.
The Schellenberg report, is it still around?
I'm sure we've got something.
Because that originally dealt with this, a long time ago, seems to me.
Which one?
The Schellenberg report.
Oh, Schellenberg.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with it.
If it's available, it might be a good idea to have it added.
I would love as much information in the background as
Yeah.
possible, so. I know people have thought about this in the past, and don't need to recreate the wheel. They benefit from their knowledge. That's great.
Do you have a copy? No.
Any further discussion on the motion? I'll call a vote, all in favor. Yeah, staff to give us a report that'll help shape our next conversations on it. I'm just gonna check the time.
After.
5 after 2. How's energy levels in the room? Do we want to take a 5 to 10 minute break? Oh, well, we've got the evacuation route is next, Councillor Schweinbenz.
It's up to you guys, do it now or?
What's the energy room like? Let's do a one more and then we'll take a break.
Oh, well, if I get my way.
Over to you, Councillor Schweinbenz, evacuation. route.
Oh, this might be prickly, Mayor Talon.
I lived too much.
Yeah, I mean, anyways, this issue, the issue of the evacuation from the village in the event of a catastrophic emergency or natural disaster has long been an issue. Way before all of our time, I think. Maybe not Councillor Fascios and Jackson's, but we're not unique. In fact, many hundreds of towns and villages and even good-sized cities in BC have the same issue where transportation is limited in the event of an emergency. There's been debate for decades as to what to do, and a study a few years ago looked at several different routes. All were unworkable and unsafe for Harrison residents, in my opinion. and detrimental to wildfire strategies. At the time of the submission to the province on this application, I was opposed to it, as you know, for many reasons, not least of which is I think it took our eye off the ball of what we really need to do, and that is to improve the evacuation that we currently have and the emergency planning around it. And I'm also opposed to it for environmental reasons and for reasons of safety. I don't think it's safe for 2,000 Honda Accords and minivans to be going up Rockwell Drive in any hurry at all. We've all seen that road. It's just been improved. It's still a very dangerous, curvy, long road. And that's before you get to the unimproved sections. I could wax on. For this reason, I'd suggest that we cancel our support of this application to go to the park and focus on our own emergency needs. So question, that would be my recommendation. Questions to see where we're all at and to see if there's been any movement or any suggestion from the province or from the District of Kent that they still want to pursue this.
Just before we jump into this, is there any advice or information from staff as to the status of the application with the province? Is this even a live issue this week for anyone? Any knowledge of this at all? Anything that would help us know if this is something that's going to be coming to a council meeting near us soon? Or
There's been nothing corresponded to.
I haven't seen any correspondence. So do we know if is the province asking anyone at this time for anything in relation to this, either from us or District of Canada, Seabird Island, or anything? Community Service Manager, do you?
Thank you. Just if I may, our project page will be launching this week for the evacuation planning process that we're undertaking with a consultant, thanks to a grant we received. So just wanted to bring that up here now that we're talking about this, and also sort of just highlight, so what that plan will focus on is residents and the impacts of tourism accommodations within the village boundaries. But then the consultant is aware, of course, that there are recreational sites up past the village boundaries. So I'm still somewhat new to this process that's been discussed for many years of the secondary evacuation route, but Tyson can correct me if what I believe to be true isn't, is that route would mainly support anyone who's sort of above Rockwell Drive in evacuating, to sort of ease the impact on the residents directly within the village who would also be evacuating at the same time out through our primary evacuation route. So from my understanding, it's meant to be that we are sort of like that supporting municipality, because it would lessen the impact on our residents who are trying to leave at the same time. The consultant is trying to do some modeling on sort of what those numbers and things would look like.
Thank you. Yeah, I do recall kind of the summer was, I think, on after the Canada Day fireworks, the village was very, very full. And I don't believe there was any traffic control to help people leave after the fireworks were over. And I know they were over at 10:15 on the button. And I kind of looked around. I was sort of trying to monitor how quickly, I'm guessing several thousand people left, and probably maybe 1,000 or 2 vehicles. But it seemed like most of the traffic had left the village. Anecdotally, based on what I saw, the congestion was relieved within an hour, hour and a half. By 11:30 at night, I didn't see lineups at the lights here, or people waiting to get onto Hot Springs Road. But I don't know what it was like further down. But
it's busy through Agassiz.
Yeah,
sure.
so I don't know how long that took for people to clear out, but certainly it seemed like if there's 1,000 or 2,000 vehicles, they all seem to get out of town without traffic control in an hour and a half or something like that. I would think. So anyway,
and that's within an hour. In an evacuation experience, we'd have probably you'd get rid of us in 24 hours notice. We'd have all day to get out.
I also accept that it's kind of benign conditions. People are leaving after fireworks and the weather is nice, and all those kind of things, although it's dark. But if it was an emergency with a fire, you'd have smoke and ash and cinders or whatever coming down, unfortunately. So it would complicate things. And of course, stress would also complicate things. But, so nothing to date from the province pressing on us on this, so I'm sure we all have views on a secondary evacuation up through Sasquatch Park. Let's have the conversation. Councillor Vital. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. As you and Councillor Schweinbentz are aware, I am in support of pursuing the second evacuation route, simply because 2 routes are better than 1. There has been misinformation circulating around this village for years about evacuation routes and evacuation procedures. I want to assure all of our residents, our staff and council that there are evacuation plans. They need to be fluid depending on where and what type of an emergency that would require evacuation from this village. So number one, I want people to be reassured that there is one, and that plan is reviewed on a regular basis. Having said that, the proposed second evacuation route, what I do know, sitting on the emergency planning committee, is that there was, for some reason, and I'm not sure why, but it was District of Kent and Seabird Island needed to make separate submissions to the province. I believe that there was a delay with Seabird Island doing that. What the delay is waiting, and again, the submissions to the province are for a temporary, not a permanent, a temporary boundary adjustment to the park to allow for whatever upgrades need to be done for that road. Further, we would need to look at costing. Who would put forth a cost for upgrading the road? Not only for that initial cost, but maintenance of the road also. So there is still a lot of uncertainty, but we can't look any further until we hear back from the province on that temporary boundary adjustment for the park. Thank you.
Councillor Patchett.
Thank you. Just yeah, it's a Class C park. I know a former MLA we used to have here a few years ago that said, Leo, it's a simple order in council. He said it would pass in the day. I don't know what the hold-up is on this whole situation. The area that has to be graded to a level that cars could go through is about 800 meters. Like Councillor Vital just spoke, I sat on the emergency for many years committee, and of course the most expensive part is the Mahud Bridge. That's back 5-6 years ago, was in the region of $800,000 to put that in place. I believe it was a couple of years ago with Bowen that brought up what Councillor Vital just said, that she was waiting for the letters of interest from Kent and from Seabird Island. I think Kent had put theirs through and Seabird Island hadn't, and of course they have other interest in that area as well. But as was said earlier, and the mayor has brought this up when he first came on board here, we already have one evacuation route. That's the obvious one, number 9, going out of town here towards Agassiz or Mount Woodside. Number 2, you have to remember in the summer months, there's thousands of people at the campgrounds up there. A few years back, we had the Hicks fire, major fire in Hicks Lake there, and that was a terrible situation, and people could have been trapped. So there's the alternative number two, the Council Vital just brought up for that, which would relieve a lot of the pressure on the village for getting out as well. So there's a lot of misconception out there. I mean, I've been involved with this with probably 5 mayors now from Kent, 4 or 5 over the years in regards to emergency. Will it happen? I don't think it's going to. I mean, I think all we try to do is support the District of Kent with their application, which we did. They've spent a few $1,000s on getting a plan made up for that area. And it's been what now, since the last few years has been the major landslide and then the fire above Killers where he lives, residential, that blocked that road, Rockwell Drive. So things can happen. So I am still in favor of supporting the District of Kent. I mean, we've been supporting it for a number of years. It's just, I think, a good neighborly thing to do. And I mean, it was always a great idea to support the secondary route. It came from Harrison residents originally about the second route to getting out. Of course, if you don't have a 4x4, I suppose it would be pretty tough getting through there in the Hood Creek and then getting down to Ruby Creek where you would come out. So I still think we should support them. I don't think it's going to happen very, very soon. I think we've done our duty as a council to keep supporting the District of Kent, and all I can say is let's keep supporting them. But it's all in the hands of the province, as Councillor Vital just said. So if it's Seabird Island that's holding things up, or if it's somebody else, or it's the province that's holding this thing up, we don't know. We're not being communicated. I've yet not seen a letter of any of our meetings this year from Victoria to say, yeah, thank you for your meeting. We do support you on this and that. So anyway, I think we should just, out of our respect for our neighbours to the south, well, I think it's coming up on another one of Councillor's comments here today that see partnerships there down the line, that we should keep supporting them as neighbours and as best as we can. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Worship. I've been listening to this now for 22 years, and we're no further ahead than we were 22 years ago. We do have another way out. We have a lake and we have a river. We have a lot of people who have boats here parked all the time. It could be that you consolidate that through the yacht club, make an arrangement. So if we need to get people, especially those people who do not have transportation, we can get them out of here very quickly and very safely. I mean, we have wasted so much effort on another route out of here. I mean, I think it's time to stop. Look at the practical side of it. They did it at Dunkirk. It took 300,000 under fire off the beaches. Taking a few hundred people here down the river is going to be something very easy to do. So I'm sorry to change the conversation.
No, it's all good. It's all part of the
sound like
conversation.
a broken record, but anyway, we'll see.
Strongly held views on this all around. Today, there's no question for us to answer because none is being asked of us. But it is an issue in the village, and I'm sure will be an issue next year as well during elections. So these things are always forefront, and they should be. I take a lot of comfort in the quarterly emergency response that those meetings happen every quarter. We have such a good working relationship between our fire department and District of Kent and search and rescue and the Seabird. We have an emergency preparedness guide for residents that we produced and published last year and be updated and made available again this year with more information. And yeah, the evacuation planning that hiring consultants. So I take a lot of comfort in that. And I also know the road out to the corner of 7 and 9 at the gas station there it's flat. It's 6 kilometers long, full shoulders paved. Yes, it does go around Stryker's Corner. So it's not an issue or something we have to handle today, but I like to leave residents with the sense that they can have confidence in the emergency planning that the village has done to date and continues to do, and that in the unlikely and hopefully never happen event that the village could be safely and efficiently evacuated if we came to that today. And with that, I would like to suggest, I'm ready for a coffee. I see the time is 2:23. Can I suggest we reconvene at 2:35? Take a little stretch, get some fresh air, and we'll dig back in with tree canopy. We're back.
Here you go.
Thank you. 2:35, and we're reconvening on agenda item L, tree canopy coverage benchmarks. Councillor Swinbanks, over to you.
The pressure's on there, Tom. Okay, I think I'm over 5. I'll keep going here, I guess. Don't laugh too much. Tree canopy coverage. It's one of my passions, and I think something that we have an opportunity to do. And I'll just go from my notes here. Trees contribute to better air quality. They sequester carbon and other greenhouse gases, lower temperature in the urban landscape, they increase humidity, they filter air, they act as windbreaks, provide shade, habitat for birds and insects, they retain water and runoff, and they add to the aesthetic of our village. They just look darn good. When you drive into a place, wherever you are in the world, and you see well-managed trees and tree cover, you realize you're in a mature, sophisticated, well-managed place. And that's where I'd like to get, and we do pretty good here, but that's where I'd like to get to some improvement. Trees even reduce stress in people. You know, there's a well-being and health of citizens benefit that cities and towns realize when they increase their tree canopy. I did some research. Toronto has a goal to reach 40% tree canopy by 2050. Vancouver's goal is 30%. Abbotsford has a goal of 40% by 2045. Harrison doesn't have a stated goal at this current time. So from the 2023 Urban Forest Master Plan, it had a few suggestions. On page 31, a suggestion to set canopy targets for us for the urban area. We haven't done that yet. And on page 78, to develop boulevard tree planting incentives for private citizens. So I do, and by the way, I do believe that staff is doing their job. I think 56 or 58 trees were planted as part of the Lagoon Master Plan, and I know that I think it was 27 trees are coming our way for the West Lillooet improvement plan. And I think that's fantastic. So I think staff is doing what they've been instructed to do. But I think what's required is more of a concerted effort by our village and by our citizens to plant wildfire appropriate species on boulevards, along sidewalks, and on private lawns. And I just wanted to have a discussion about, do we want to, in this next year, set some canopy targets for us? I did a quick math and I didn't bring it with me, but I think we have 1,018 officially trees along boulevards and sidewalks in our village. And I'd like to improve that in a big way going forward. Of course, if we plant 1,000 trees tomorrow, we're not going to get the benefits that I discussed for another generation. You know, like I said, it takes a sophisticated society to plant something that we're not going to get benefits of for many years. but folks down the line, the next generation will really appreciate it. So I want to discuss with you guys to see if there's any appetite to set some tree canopy guidelines and to have a really concerted effort to plant some, to improve our tree diversity and supply here in the village.
First,
CEO Cook,
Yeah.
maybe some background.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much, Councillor Swinbanks. So perhaps we could maybe wrap the bigger discussion around LNM, your tree protection bylaws. I think that is kind of where you've got to really look at it, tree protection, and perhaps we could consider putting some incentives in there. But in the for the UFMP, there's an approximate estimate about $20,000 to do a canopy cover analysis that would allow us to kind of target a percentage, perhaps. But that would be something, again, if that's the direction and where the conversation takes us, that'd be something we could talk about at the budget time again.
That was going to be my first question, is what is the tree canopy coverage in the village today? Does anyone know what it is?
I'm not sure that we actually, the report, and I could be corrected, I don't think there is a report, but I mean, we do have mountains either side with trees in the east sector, and we're heavily treed in our area. However, if you're talking about the village proper, I'm not sure.
I couldn't find that metric either. I mean, with the hillsides and with the sector, I think we have probably 30 or 40% tree coverage, you know, just as good as these goals. But when you look at the urbanized area, I think we could do a better job. And I think that's where I think we need a goal to improve. And I don't know if that we need an official metric of canopy. It'd be great to have, yeah. But before we go and spending lots of money, let's just find some areas, identify areas, let's identify low-hanging fruit, let's engage citizens, and let's start planting some trees.
Can you fill council in on what the environment committee's done? I had the pleasure of attending a couple of meetings, and I know you did tours of the village looking for opportunities. And I think the last meeting included talking or having staff look into ways of subsidizing or somehow working with a greenhouse for additional trees. So maybe that.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Talon. Yeah, but the committee did a few walks and identified literally to the square meter where there are opportunity to provide or to plant trees along boulevards and sidewalks specifically. We didn't engage the citizens at all, and I think that's the next step. And Amanda may be able to speak more to this, but I believe that we're entering into a partnership with a local nursery and having a little fun contest in the spring to start to try to engage citizens to plant more trees. Maybe you can expound on that. I'm not sure. But the committee is wanting to do more and hoping to fire the council up to look for ideas and suggestions. Thank you. Sorry, Amanda.
Corporate officer, just maybe just so the rest of council's current with the work of the environment committee in this area and go from there.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. At the next regular council meeting, I have a report coming to council with all 4 of the committee work plans all at once. So you've been officially warned, and that is on the list for the environmental committee is to partner with Winter Gardens. I've contacted them, and it's kind of a 2-pronged approach where you're trying to incentivize people to get a Fire Smart assessment on their properties, and then also providing them with the voucher for a Fire Smart tree. But those are they're 2 different topics here where we're talking about public area plantings and then incentivizing private homeowners, right? Well, and I think one thing that the committee has been grappling with a little bit is how to encourage that in a way that is consistent with Fire Smart principles. So that was one kind of creative solution that I come up with.
Thank you, corporate officer. I saw other hands. Councilor Fascio, I think you had a comment.
Yeah, first I want to bring your attention to the Parks and Trails Master Plan, page 77, 2.8. Trees in parks contribute substantially to the urban forest provide shade, heat mitigation, flood mitigation, and biodiversity. The village should continue to manage, protect, and grow its urban forest by implementing the recommendations outlined in the urban forest master plan. So we do have that in place. We do have in place. The Communities in Bloom last time before this resurrection this year of Communities in Bloom, and Councillor Jackson was the chair, they did, I believe, an inventory of the trees in the community. Am I correct, Al? So that should be somewhere in the records. That might help, Councillor, in that regards. And also the trees here on Poplar Street, they were donated and planted by the people from Harrisburg, plus the trees on the south side of Lillooet. There's a big sign there. That was all contributed, paid for by residents. There's another program there that could be initiated that maybe I'll just give a name. I'll just say Balsam, sake of the name of the street. That street could be so would you be interested in contributing to so many trees on the street? And maybe that would come up with some financial cost. You know, I mean, planting the things are a different thing. At least you can get them paid for. The planting is another situation, I know, for cost, but that would save some cost. So there's just some suggestion there. The inventory from the Communities in Bloom, if it's still available, maybe get the village residents involved in adopting a street for planting trees. And then, as I just said, this is already recommended under our new Parks and Trails Master Plan. So it's been identified regarding more trees.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fascio. Yeah, we have, I kind of give a little chuckle to myself because we could have flowering trees and we've got flowers, and we have one committee dealing with trees and another committee dealing with flowers. And we've got competing committees. Like, it depends how high the flowers are off the ground, I guess, which committee has jurisdiction over it. But I think that's really useful information, Councillor Fascio. I think from what I see, a lot of our village documents, Councillor Flanagan, are all pointing to finding ways to do it. And the work of the Environment Committee is key to that, as well as Communities in Bloom. My suggestion is we await the January reports with the work plans from all the committees, and we sit back and look at those, and that'll give an opportunity for considering budget requests to support the work of those committees at that time with their work plans for 2026, and hopefully take some real measurable steps forward to plant a few more the right trees in the right places to make the maximum impact. Councillor Vital.
Thank you, Mayor Talbot. Through you to our corporate officer, I believe, we have some kind of a tree replacement policy or in a bylaw, and I believe it's geared more towards developers, that for every tree that's required to come down, it must be replaced by one. I'm trying.
Three, I think.
I'm not too sure, but I know there's something.
I can.
Corporate officer.
Thank you. I'm not too sure about like big developments. I know this came up at the environmental committee the other week. We were talking about the reports that can now be required through the DAI bylaw. We have a policy that applies to the village. And then there's a bylaw for tree management for other properties. So our policy is that if we require the cutting or removal of a tree is 1-to-1 replacement.
It was 1-to-1.
1-to-1 replacement, yeah.
Okay.
The only time we require people to replace a tree on their own property is if they cut it without a permit. We can require them to replace a tree. But most of the time when people apply, just this is a side information, most of the time when people apply for a tree permit, it's usually either hazardous or within the envelope of a building. building.
Yes,
Planned building.
yeah, so that may be another avenue there, Talon, to take a look at that policy and, you know, maybe change it to, you know, or whatever.
2 for 1, 3 for 1, 4
It's
for 1,
another option, right? And also, I know, Councillor Swinebent, you talked about 35% or 40%. I love trees. But I think we need a goalpost to start with, right? Like we need some way of measuring to say, we currently are at 30%. Our goal is 45%. You know, how do we get there? But I don't want to make an assumption that we need to plant 100 more trees if that canopy inventory says we're at 60%, right? So I would like some way of being able to measure a tangible measurement for it. So whether that involves hiring somebody to do the canopy, or if Communities in Bloom has it, but I don't know whether Communities in Bloom would have done the whole village. I do like the idea of this, Councillor Schweinbentz, but I want to move with something how we can justify to residents to say, you know, this is our goal, this is where we're at, and this is how we're going to get here.
I think I heard staff say it was going to be an estimate of $20,000 for a study to come up with our current canopy coverage. That's a lot of trees if we're buying trees, and I'm a little. I drive into the village, and it's pretty green. Like there are places where we could have more. Absolutely, and I think the Environment Committee's done that. I think that $20,000 would go a long ways to putting in some more trees in a few select areas, and rather than I love the idea of having targets, but I think if you drive in, you'll see it's pretty green. If you go down McCombs, it's pretty green there. There's still room on the side for a few more trees, but there's a lot of mature trees in town. But I don't know. I don't have a sense of what the actual percentage cover is. But I know if you look at the whole village footprint, it goes up the sides of the mountains, and those are going to count as 100% covered. So,
you know, I'm convinced we're higher than, say, even Agassiz proper.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Right? So there is room, but like I said, perhaps our own policy, we can take a look at that and
sort of
kind of massage that.
See a couple of hands here, Councillor Patchett.
We did. It may have been removed. A corporate officer can punch us in. We used to have a subdivision bylaw for every one tree that you took down, you had to replace 3. Whether that's still in place, I'm not sure, but that was a subdivision for new development. That was. It may have been under the tree bylaw, but that's what we had in place for many years. I know when they cleared the 5 acres on Hot Springs Road there, that's when we brought that in many years ago.
We could also, given our discussion this morning with Ken, I'm wondering if we could also include like the cost of additional trees and ACCs. I don't know, just.
Can I just make a suggestion, Councillor Biden? Can we not allow the committee to say, we'll phase this in, this is the street or the road, we think there should be another 10 or 20 trees. Like the mayor says, we can buy a lot of trees for 20 grand. You know, I think personally that's the way I would go anyway, but you're the chair. You run it.
No, thank you.
You're the chair, but I think that's one way of giving staff an indication instead of, you know, getting somebody to count all the thousands of trees that we have here. And we have replaced so many in Rendell Park, in Spring Park, on the road, the developer, like the mayor says, there's so much greenery here. Sometimes I look around and I think, why are people complaining we don't have enough trees? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But everybody
Some
looks at
streets
things
really
different
need-
ways, everybody looks at different ways, Mark. But I think that might be an easier way for staff to move forward. If you want to phase it in next year with so many, a street, a road, whichever you pick.
I think there's good opportunity when we look at the reports,
Yeah.
the work plans for the committees,
There you go. That's the one.
And we can hopefully make some good decisions when we have a little.
Yeah.
Corporate officer, you've got a suggestion?
I just wanted to mention that it is on there as well for the committee to identify some areas for public tree planting. That's part of their work plan for the next year. We do still have a subdivision and development servicing bylaw. It does speak to trees a bit. I don't see where it's 1 to 3, but it does.
Maybe it was changed, Amanda.
Yeah.
Could have been changed.
It used to be.
Mm.
Councillor Fine.
Sorry, Mayor Town, a question for Councillor Fascio. I think the FERD has some services using a drone-based radar to take a look at tree canopy levels and that sort of thing. Maybe you can
I
inquire
can
about
inquire
that,
for
please.
you.
Thank you.
I will inquire for
Yeah,
you.
that would be
Well,
great.
I've got a meeting on Thursday, I'll inquire for you.
Yeah, I think they have someone that can do that using new technology. But wouldn't it be great, you guys, to have a goal? And if it's not tree canopy coverage by percentage, then maybe let's increase the trees from 1,018 to, and add another 200 this year, 200 next year. Like a goal.
Yeah, I'm all
measurable.
for having a few more trees. I think it does all the good things it does.
Yeah.
As long as they're the right trees and they're put in the right place, so it minimizes maintenance and it maximizes the chance the trees can survive.
Right. And just so we don't lose a year, maybe Scott's out of the room now, but how do we get that on the budget?
Next year, when we talk about
Right?
the budget, we're gonna get all these
Oh, isn't
reports
that-
from the committees.
Okay.
And that we will have that debate, that discussion.
Yeah.
Excuse me, you're making the drone just for the village, not the mountains, obviously.
It's the village.
It's the village,
Urban area.
the village itself, right? Not the mountains.
I think just the urban
I think
area.
Yeah, okay.
Built up
I
urban.
think whatever's outside the built up
Okay.
area is forested.
Right?
All right.
Okay.
Does that move us to tree protection bylaws, Councillor Schweinman?
Yeah, I mean, we've already touched on it, and I think Ken's looking at it, but if we look at the urban tree forest master plan, there is probably a dozen recommendations, all low priority, a couple of them are medium, I think, to review our bylaw. To Councillor Jackson's point, this 3-to-1, I think it's really important, not to, but just to make sure that developers know that, if we're gonna clear a tree, a forest, or a park, that we need to really replace that all those benefits that I mentioned, carbon sequestration and temperature and all, so maybe we need to specify that before we enter into too much more development.
Sorry, repeat that, I didn't follow.
Well, I'm just concerned about, there could be, Mayor Talon, some larger blocks of forest being disturbed. And I just want to make sure, and that's going to be a major problem for the public and for me. And we need to show and demonstrate that not only are we replacing these trees, we're going to make it a net benefit by improving our tree canopy and all that sort of thing.
So there may be some just off the top of my head, some practical, if it's a wooded or forested piece of property that a developer wants to build something on and the footprint of the building is, let's say, 50% of the lot, it may be difficult to put 3 times the trees that were on the original building footprint on the balance of the lot.
That's right. So we find it somewhere else in the village where they can contribute to the tree cover, either along sidewalks. And so it's a measurement of maybe carbon capture or shade or whatever benefit we're looking for. And we make a deal with the developer and say, okay, you've taken away so many square meters of forest. We now need 50 trees along sidewalks on Balsam, as an example.
So that's not tree protection, that's something different.
It's tree replacement.
But it's not, it's almost like an amenity contribution to
Yeah.
the park areas.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
it's not a protecting the trees, it's really putting a cost on
Yeah,
a development.
hence my suggestion of possibly into, the amenity contributions.
And is it, I didn't see it on the list this morning from the presentation that I think were parks and recreation areas part of it, so
Yes.
conceivably that would include the trees that go in the park. Potentially the trees and whatever other amenities are in the park. Picnic tables, pathways.
Well, they contributed to the children's playground in Spring Park.
Yeah.
One of the developers.
Yeah, so that may be part of the ACC
Yeah.
bylaw when
Could
we get
be.
to it, so it's something to earmark and keep an eye out for when we get that in front of us.
And Mayor Talon, if I could through you, Tyson, I think Ken is looking at it, he mentioned to me at lunchtime that he's looking at all our development bylaws to look at opportunities for tree protection. I think he's doing that as we speak, sort of thing.
Oh, good.
So I would move that we
So that's
get a report for that pretty quickly here.
on
then-
tree protection. Tell me what that means. So
Well,
I have one thing that
yeah.
in my mind, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it may mean, well, when you look at tree protection, it's not just necessarily for that parcel development that's happening, but I guess if he's taking down, the developer's taking down 50 trees, we need to replace them throughout the village. We need to find a net benefit from the loss of that forest.
And if a homeowner takes down a tree,
Yeah, maybe we need to look at that. Maybe it needs to be replaced.
so right now,
Or maybe we put their $100 fee for cutting down that tree to a tree along a sidewalk somewhere.
so right now I need a permit to cut a tree in the village,
If
right?
it's over a certain diameter.
We
Maybe,
qualify
right, yeah.
for a tree.
Yeah, if
I
I
don't
may.
know, I don't know the tree permit cutting down rules well.
I think as part of the whole development bylaw updates, I think you'll probably see that coming. I don't know, we need a specific, we already have a motion to do so, that's from some time ago, so I don't think we need an additional one, but we're hearing what you're saying, and we do recognize that there is an opportunity here, but I would really, really focus on your committee, the environmental committee, and look at what's available, and perhaps work with your committee to come forward to council with some recommendations on how to best implement the targets that you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Good.
I think there's opportunities without, just real practical opportunities today without making having any new rules, just getting out there.
Well, just to make it official, Mayor Town, should we move to ask staff, Ken, to look at all of our development bylaws? To make sure that we are protecting trees and that we have a ratio of replacement sort of thing. Suggestions?
So when I hear protecting trees, I hear you can't cut trees down. So I don't know what that
Perhaps I'm using the wrong term.
No, but I'm just why I wanted to know what you meant by protecting trees.
Yeah.
So is there an existing motion or resolution for council on this corporate officer?
There are several recommendations, very specific recommendations in the UFMP about the tree protection bylaw and also the subdivision and development servicing bylaw. And they basically wrote it for us and said, you need to increase clarify where you're gonna measure the height at. Change the definition of a tree, it's very prescriptive. And I think if it's this council's desire that we prioritize that over other work that's currently going on, we certainly can do that if that's the priority to update those bylaws. I think they said it was 60 in-house hours for one of those.
It's quite a bit.
It's quite a bit,
Yeah.
but the UFMP is very long. It has a lot of great recommendations, but it very clearly kind of sets out what, not just which bylaws need to be updated, but how they need to be updated and what they should include. So I think we with the UFMP, and I mean, you have your spreadsheet on that, but correct me if I'm wrong, we had to have our work cut out for us a little bit already with that UFMP. And I know when the environmental committee was kind of first getting back going again after the last by-election, they reviewed it very briefly. And we were going to go through all of those recommendations, and then it kind of fell off with other higher priority items that have come before that committee. So I think we have what we need in the UFMP to be honest. I think it's all kind of laid out there for us.
Thank you, Councillor Fasci.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respects, as pointed out by the corporate officer, everything is in place. And like the mayor says, and the corporate officer, all our committees have been asked about their priorities to go to the budget meeting.
Yes.
So they're at that point. If there's any other thing that can be discussed at that point, but to ask our staff, I don't know how long it's going to take for them to get through the next 2 days here. And we've only just started to put everything together, but everything's in place with the bylaws that we have. If there's going to be any, I'll look at the regional district regarding if they're able to do that. But I think it should be left now. We've been asked, we've done our part for the budget meetings. Let's get to the budget meeting and see how much money a committee is going to be able to spend in the next 10 months. After that, we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Now I think leave things the way they are. Our bylaws are there. I've just read out the parks and whatever you call it, trail master plan is identified there about the trees. I think that is sufficient moving forward. And I thank the committee, the environmental committee, for what they're doing. But I think we have to get to a point here where we say, let's get to the next point, the money. What's the money? How much can we spend?
Councillor Vital.
Thank you. Through you to the corporate officer or financial officer, when a committee submits a work plan, do they also submit a request for budget to say,
Yes.
and this is what we want to do, so we're asking for, $25,000, and so that comes up, then that's discussed under budget discussions with council and staff, correct? Okay, thank you.
I can just
Go ahead,
clarify
corporate
quickly,
officer.
the total amount requested, and like I said, it'll be before council at the next meetings, but the total amount requested by the committees is $9,200, all across all four right now. So it's not an exorbitant amount, although some of the projects are grant funded. But just to give you kind of a ballpark idea of what we're talking about for their work plans next week.
Okay, thank
All
you.
this was part of the changes staff brought forward with our council procedure bylaws to formalize the committee structure with annual work plans that associate with a budget, so that first thing in the new year, council will approve committees, their recommended work plans and the associated budget. No use having a work plan to do 10 things, but only a budget to do 4.
Yeah,
So this
exactly.
way, we see it all as a council, collectively for all the committees. So
Okay.
it's a good way of sort of seeing everything from a high level and allowing the committees to do that good work. Councillor Schweinmans.
Thanks, Mayor Tom, but just on this point though, work plans and money, just to clarify, that doesn't include the money that's required to get these jobs done. This is just incidental finances that are required for little events or ideas and projects. This is not, like for instance, in the instance of trees, I think we put $700 down there, and that's to make a partnership with the nursery. It's not going to cover 58 trees being planted along sidewalks by our village. That's $10,000 probably. So the ask in terms of finances is not to get the project done. So if it was, then I want to revise my numbers.
If I can
So go ahead,
jump in a little
Councillor.
bit.
Yeah.
So the work of the committee is different from the work of operations, right? So
That's my point.
they do blur the lines a little bit, and especially like we saw it on accessibility committee, right? They have really great recommendations about things they want to do, and then what it comes down to is project funding, how much it's going to cost, and then also staff capacity a lot of the time as well. And when we tried to capture that in the work plans with an estimate of the hours it will take for staff to work on these projects. But yeah, ultimately, those requests are the work of the committee, and what other recommendations that they make to the village in an advisory capacity will always come with a budgetary consideration for council to take
I
under
think that's the
advisement.
key, is that we've got to look at what the ask is, and we've got a limited staff here. What I'm hearing is we're gonna need to hire one dedicated person to
Yes.
tree bylaws alone. So that's, we have to set our expectations, and I think it's been said once, it'll be said another dozen times. We've got everything that we need to get these things implemented, but the fact is that, we've been making up for lost time, and we've been doing a lot of really good work, and I have to commend the staff, my team, for doing what they do. And we're hearing what you're saying, but you'll have to understand that our time is limited, and our, it's not to say that it's not a priority, but it is, we're trying to work through our way. So, we can only do so much, is what I'm.
Yeah, I
With
appreciate
respect.
what staff
And it's-
does. It's limited resources we have. And with all those FOI requests, you don't have time.
Yeah, that's another.
There are many competing demands on our staff's time, but trees, I mean, there's any number of things the village does. We got the Lagoon Master Plan, it has trees. It's not part of the Environment Committee. We've
Yeah.
got Lillooet going west, and it has a landscape. And we have the Parks and Master Plan, so it's a consolidation, but certainly the Environment Committee give good bang for the buck, so
Yeah.
to speak. A few dollars invested with that committee will produce probably great results from the village. Likewise for the other committees.
Nice.
That takes us to N,
Wow.
partnerships with District of Kent, and this is you again, Councillor Schwein.
Me again, you guys.
The last crack of the whip.
It is the day of the Schwein.
You think I might get a win one day or what?
Got all these wins.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys letting me wax on.
No, no, it's okay.
I'm new to this. I'm enjoying the discussion, and I hope it just, at least it bubbles up to awareness and enriches council's decisions, and I appreciate you listening to me today, so thank you. I didn't expect to have the floor so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Leo. One beer. for you.
Partnerships with the District of Kent.
Yeah, so, I don't have anything prepared here. This is more of a question and ask. Over the years, people have said, why don't we do more with District of Kent? Share administrators, share IT, share inspection services, share parks and rec and culture, that kind of stuff. And I'm just looking for ways to either partnerships or amalgamate certain departments or any ideas around that. Obviously, trying to save money and make things better for the village at the same time. And we're all super busy here, and maybe there's some ideas that we can work more closely with the district that just basically surrounds us anyways. We're hugged geographically by them, and we have a lot in common, and a lot of the same interests and issues, and also different cultures, politically and otherwise. But just wanted to open up to the group to see if there's any other partnerships or things that we can do with them.
The big ask for a partnership is going to be the Aquatic Center, which we've heard from the District of Kent. I think we'll hear more about that in the new year, about what opportunities the village has to partner with the District of Kent on the Aquatic Center, and the cost that comes with it, and obviously the public input required for those kind of decisions.
Yeah.
That's the big one that's coming up, I think. I have noticed the District of Kent street sweepers in the village, both this spring and this fall, but I know we're paying for that. It's not just their generosity, I'm sure.
No, they didn't take the wrong turn into Albuquerque.
Yeah, but I'm curious, Tyson, do you have discussions with Wallace and your counterpart in District of Kent to look for ideas?
About mergers with respect to administration, no. The challenge with that is it would require a merger or a consolidation, and it would basically eliminate, in my opinion, it would eliminate the ability for Harrison Hot Springs to maintain its authenticity, because we are a resort municipality. They're more of a agricultural based community. I think that Harrison is based on tourism. It's been established since the early 40s or late 40s, I should say. And it's kind of a unique space. I think that we do partner where we can. We have mutual aid agreements for utilities, our public works, fire department.
That's great.
Obviously, our protective services, police, we have a partnership there as well. We have our joint emergency planning committee. We have at the communal level, everything that we do is partnered with between Kent and Harrison. So to say that we're not partnering or there's a lack of partnership, or maybe I'm reading something wrong. But everything that Harrison does, they do it in partnership. And I see Harrison Community Services. There's all these other community-based opportunities. But from an administrative point of view, I think it would be very difficult to share these services, because then who pays for what? You know, like that's the challenge, is that how do you divide and what taxpayers is paying where? That's why we have village boundaries.
Yeah.
Like they're on the south side and they're on the north side. You're right, but it is we would lose our ability to maintain our authenticity.
Yes.
Yeah, those are great examples.
Councilor Vital.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Through you to our CAO, I 100% agree with you. To look at a sharing or of administrative tasks and whatever, to me, that would open up the door and provide more sort of like fuel for Kent to come to us and say, well, why don't we just amalgamate, right? Which would put us in a very difficult position. And I speak to RMI funding because there would be a danger that we would lose the $15 million that we have gotten as a result of RMI funding. Not that amalgamation has not been brought up before or brought up to me specifically, but thank you for your comments. I agree 100%. We are unique, and I would like to see us stay that way. Not that we can't share resources, as you spoke to, which I think we should absolutely continue to do. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Vital. Councilor Simons.
I agree. Great discussion. This is why I raised it. Things like, Parks and Trails Master Plan. Maybe, there's a regional component to that. I'm wondering if we talk to them about that. To connect the two communities. Just as an example. Another example may be the wildfire mitigation plan that we had. It's basically their land surrounding us. Like maybe we should have done a report with them instead of us spending 72, whatever it was on it. Just as an example, like there's things where maybe we should talk to them more and do more with them to save money on certain projects. Just looking for other opportunities. I agree. They're friends, they're neighbors, totally different. I don't think we would want to amalgamate politically because of the completely different cultures, but there should be some cost savings opportunities that we can seek.
Can we get them to give us their half of the person?
Conflict.
Community Services Manager, Conservation.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. I just wanted to highlight on a few of those points because there are a lot of close relationships that probably just aren't as public because they aren't formalized. But for example, through the Kent Harrison Joint Emergency Program, the consultant that's working on the village's evacuation plan is most likely, I don't know if they've officially signed their own agreement, but going to be the same one doing the District of Kent, so that all the plans speak to each other. It's also who Secret Island used, so that anyone at the Joint Emergency Program committee table can hop in and be viewing the same format. The same thing with our Community Wildfire Resiliency Plan. When we chose, we were completing ours first because we were a year ahead in our funding. Once we chose who we were going with, that was who the District of Kent chose as well. So same sort of things. It's a familiar consultant to the landscape and to the neighboring communities. There are regional committee meetings for Fire Smart and for some other things that, there just is always a lot of conversations happening between the two communities.
Good to know.
So they're actually following us.
But there's lots, and the C2C meetings also keep things really current.
Yes.
And those opportunities for collaboration, or
Search
partnerships,
awareness.
or just awareness of what our neighboring communities are doing. It's just all good. Councillor
And
Fashio.
just quickly on the, Councillor Schweinman brought up the trail system. We have had several discussions over the years regarding the Campbell Lake Trail, because it goes through Harrison, Kent, Provincial, somebody else up there, and also the regional district as well in taking over that trail. At one point, we did have a letter of support from the District of Kent for us to move forward with that trail, but changing of what do you call it, administration or mayors in the village, and they never chose me that year. Things changed, so that's one thing that I would like us, or probably Councillor Jackson through the tourism and the mayor to follow through on that Campbell Lake Trail. It's advertised, but I think it's dangerous, liability issues. But I think it's something that I did have the president of the logging company involved. He was going to contribute towards that, but I'm going back to 2008, and that discussion was had. So it's something to pursue as part of our trail system.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
A quick reminder, in Ontario, they've done this. Where I come from in Sudbury, it's now the largest municipality in the whole province, maybe in almost all of Northern Ontario.
It's huge.
Well, what the government forgot to do was give them any extra money. So now they have all this, huge area with people sprinkled all over, and all the infrastructure. So, I mean, that's what you really have to look at. What's the bottom line? And that's one thing we don't want to do.
We want to make sure that if we have the responsibility, we have the means to discharge it responsibly as well. So take that. But I think as a small village, we do a lot to collaborate and partner.
Oh, yeah.
Because we are a small village. We were just talking about inspectors and building. I mean, Village of 2000 can't have all the in-house things that a city of Abbotsford has.
Yeah.
It's limited. It's just a practical reality. So we have good relationships are key with our neighboring districts and neighboring communities, and maintaining and building positive relationships only benefits everybody. So thank you for raising this.
Mayor Town, I think we're going to meet with the Staheless group in the new year. Should we meet again with the Kent Council?
I think
in the new year?
I think they will be wanting to talk to us early in the new year. So that's going to happen. Yes.
And by the way, I did speak to Skylar. The pool is closed up now, and we can do a tour if you guys are interested in. They would set that up, I think, through your account.
Mike.
Yeah.
I'm certain they will be reaching out to us to either come to a council meeting or speak to us or have a joint council.
I think so.
Meeting. It's all coming. So yeah, we have much to talk about.
Yes.
Oh, seniors housing project, BC Housing Grant update, Councillor Fashio. I think you have the question. I can give an answer. If you
What is the answer? I suppose the answer we haven't heard yet.
The answer is the applying agency, Agassiz Harrison Community Services, hasn't heard yet.
Okay.
And the last I heard was BC Housing had said they were going to have an answer by the middle of November, and then it was later than that. And then so I think It's not yet. They will reach out to Hexie Housing Community Services when they have made some decision. in
Yeah, I
some
guess so,
form.
John, so I just.
Yeah, no,
Because originally we were told September, right?
I could check my phone right now, but no, I don't see any messages from anyone there saying anything. So I'm certain I'll be being a liaison on the board. I will know as soon as their executive director knows.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But they didn't say what year.
I know, yeah, 20 in November, yeah. So it's something with that too.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, I still, we're still on this topic here.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, before we get the motion there.
What if, let's think this through, you guys. What if we get if the project gets approval, at least from the province? What are the next steps?
We'll have to wait.
You know where I am with this project?
I think we
Where
should
do
just
we-
wait.
We'll wait on that one.
Just, let's,
If the province says, yes, there is work to do with Agassiz Harrison Community Services, much work to do and a lot of questions and things to clarify. If the answer is no, I think this council should reach out to the village and understand we've got multiple documents to speak of seniors housing. A proposal came forward that was criticized and there was opposition. I'd want to know, well, when we say seniors housing in any number of documents, what do we actually mean? Or we should amend those documents to remove it, because we shouldn't say one thing and then act differently.
Yeah.
So I think when BC Housing responds, my own views are, if it's yes, we have lots of work to do. And if it's no, I still think we have work to do as a council to find out what the village actually thinks about a seniors housing and what that actually means, that I see reflected in multiple documents.
I don't want us to get ahead of
No,
ourselves.
it's not a problem for today.
That there will be the time to ask those very, very hard
Mhm.
questions, what need to be asked.
Yeah.
If the grant application is denied, then, null and void, right? And I agree with you, we can look at adjusting or amending.
Yeah, I want to know what people meant when they said seniors housing in the community lands master plan.
Exactly.
When they said seniors housing in another document.
Exactly, exactly.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
One question. quickly,
Sure.
I don't- After reading the 3 reports from Jace, I'm concerned about capacity. And we do have an 80-unit one that's approved, and when the market gets better, it's gonna come back and at what point do we have to be careful what we're gonna put through? Because we have a lot of things that need to be done. And I've never said this before, but I think we have to look at this from the point of view of capacity for the system we have. The reports are really, I know Jason will go through them tomorrow, and maybe you'll feel a little bit different after that.
I agree. I think those 3 reports we have are key to helping us make informed decisions. I'm looking forward to
Yeah, they
those
are.
tomorrow. But there's still 2 other reports to come,
Yes.
which is the wastewater treatment plant and the water treatment plant, that are equally as important. And I think we have to have some
If not,
very candid conversations about capacity and limits.
I believe those are expected early in the year.
That's good.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Wow.
Right.
Rest up.
Want it for the third time?
Yeah.
Motion to
Motion
adjourn.
to adjourn. We don't need a second or any discussion, but let's adjourn. All in favor? And we're definitely adjourned.
Thank you,
Have
everybody.
a good evening, everyone, and
Can we leave this stuff here?
absolutely.